Yo, what's up, ladies and gentlemen? Good to see you. Welcome to the first official LuffyTCG bounty battle, joined by the man, the myth, the legend, Atrocious TCG, aka Jake. Dude, thanks for joining me today, man. I was like, I know personally, I know who I want to be here on the first one, coming in, having a good time. We've been longtime friends through Twitch. How you doing, brother?
I was gonna say long time viewer, first time yapper, I think, on the channel, pretty much. But yeah, caught me at a good time because it's 3 o'clock over here on the West Coast, so I'm still technically clocked in for work. But glad to be here, very excited. I love seeing tournaments, love seeing games, and I think especially with the treasure cups that we've had the last couple of weeks, it'll be a cool tournament.
Oh, dude, I could not agree more. We've had like there were some treasure cups that maybe weren't as diverse as others. There was like one I think that had like 6 Dofis or something in the top 8.
I think like the core TCG regional was very like Dofi heavy.
Yeah,
right, like 50% Topka like Dofi or something crazy like that. But the ones that we had last weekend, right? The 401, the TAC, Oceania, like those all looked really good, and it's been really interesting, like the week-to-week meta developments.
I couldn't agree more. I could not agree more. I've just had a bunch of people that have really been enjoying the Ploofy content. A lot of people that have been doing really well with Shanks. Shout out to Vampire TCG, aka Vampire Gaming, in the flesh, in the chat right now. Dude, getting the top 8, getting the job done, 8-1 with Shanks this past weekend. He sends me a picture after his run. He was like, yeah, dude, celebrating right now, eating like luxurious food. I was like, all right, dude.
I was gonna say, yeah, you haven't even gotten your payout yet. I saw that on Twitter. Like, wait a minute.
I love that. I love that, dude. Well, dude, thank you so much to everybody right now. Whoa, what in the world is happening? I see some subscriptions coming in right now from Chance with the 21 months right there, and Clue with the 3 months. Thank you, bro. Clue with the 100 biddies as well. Thank you, all my friends right here showing the love, dude. But yeah, speaking of showing love, ladies and gentlemen, today's event is sponsored by none other than DapperGames. Okay, so right down here where you'll see it says type ! Discord, it's about to transition. Bam,
Luffy, it's time to cook.
DapperGames. Oh shoot, I gotta turn off the text to speech. Thank you for doing that right now so that I can turn that off for the rest of the night. Okay, there we go. Got that. Got that. Boom. All right. I knew I was forgetting something when I started upstream. I was like, there's definitely something here that I'm going to forget. And it's going to end up happening while we're mid-match. And I'm going to be like, oh my God.
It's going to be the most awful thing like that you can say, you know, especially in your AI voice, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
Everyone's going to think that you actually said it.
Yes. So luckily, I have that muted. I have the AI stuff all muted, alerts and everything. I just forgot about the text-to-speech because that's like a separate program. So.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah, I have like a billion things I have to mute before I start like events like these. It's a journey, you know, being me and how I set up my stream. I don't know why I do the things that I do. But yeah, like I was saying, ladies and gentlemen, DapperGames, they're sponsoring today's event. We've got 3 boxes of OPO8 provided by Mr. Richards, aka Lord Richards, and the friends and family over at DapperGames. If you guys do want to type !Dapper, please. If you guys end up enjoying my events, the best way to support them is by supporting the people that make these events possible. So check out his website. you know, join their Discord, show them some love. You guys all know Lord Richards. He's in the chat very often. He's a really good friend of the stream as well. So, what's up, T-Dot? Good to see you, bro. Good to see you, Mr. Brain Dead, as well. Yeah, man. Unfortunately, I saw some message. Where was it? Is there time for me to join? Unfortunately, no. We are full. We are maxed out capacity, 64 players. I've been posting all the stuff in the Discord under the tournament announcements, under the One Piece role. So again, I was talking to Atrocious about this, but I had a day trying to get everybody to submit their lists. It was a journey. Probably took up a good 3 hours of my day today, trying to get in contact with everyone and process refunds and do all this stuff. So it was a bit of a disaster.
It's all going to be worth it, though. We've got a great tournament ahead, you know?
Oh, 100%, dude. I am so stoked. And see, look at this. Rated saying, yay, you got Atrocious to commentate. This is going to be great. I agree. I agree. Yeah, it's not only going to be great, it's going to be legendary is what I'm shooting for. So let's hold on, let me move this right there. There we go. Perfect. Then I can move that up. Okay, perfect. Boink. All right, now we're looking good. I gotta get a couple things situated, but it's looking proper. Oh, see, I did it again. There we go. All right. See, this is what I like to do, all the testing before we get into the official matches, ladies and gentlemen. That way we get all the, you know, the mess ups out of the way.
There's no surprises once we get going.
Yeah, exactly. Are custom Dawn allowed today? Absolutely. You can use any custom Dawn, custom leaders. You can use proxies, but we did have a really funny request in the chat earlier that said, can I use post-it notes? Like, can I use a post-it note? Because I don't have, my printer ran out of ink. And I was like, bro, no, I don't think we can use post-it notes.
For like Dawn?
No, for cards.
For cards?
Yeah.
How are you going to shuffle?
No, like a post-it note over like the back of like a normal card, right? In a sleeve.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But that still work.
But
I'm going to test it.
I don't know. It's just like when it's in the trash, your opponent's like, what the hell is this card with a post-it note? You know what I mean? So I was thinking like, dude, if you just have a printed version of the card, that's fine. You can use proxies. I know there's some expensive cards out there. Like nobody wants to go and buy $50 Bond Clays, you know, $1 billion, what are they called? Brooks and Laboons. So if you gotta, you know, if you gotta proxy a card, just make sure it's printed. Okay.
Especially right now, you know, with PRB2 confirmed, right? Reprints of OP 01 through 10.
Yeah.
It's that in the description.
Yeah.
I don't know. EB01 reprints, maybe. Don't buy them.
Yeah, for real. Like, or PRB02, man, is, oh man, that's gonna be another hot set, dude. Like, just getting your hands on PRB like 01 right now is insane. Like, I got lucky, was able to get mine, you know, locally here for MSRP, but man, you try and find some of those, good luck. Good luck.
When I've bought PRB, I've just bought it in like Japanese.
I like that. I respect that. I wanted to get some of the car. I mean, like I'm happy. I think I got my investment out of it. You know what I'm saying? I bought 3 boxes and I was able to get 1 Gold Dawn and a couple of cards that shot up in value. So like I just kind of held on to some of the cards and they just crushed. They just went up.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of them the last couple months have just gone up for whatever reason, you know, because of OP10 meta, right? Like the one-legged toy soldier all went crazy high after Usopp won Asia finals. Like,
yep.
It's an insane time.
Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, I think it was like my gold Magellan Dawn was over $100 now. I was like, oh.
Yeah, whoever bought all the Gold Dawn, you know.
Thank you to that guy. Thank you for buying out the Magellans. But ladies and gentlemen, we're about 10 minutes out from tournament start time. I'm going to go ahead and put us on a little bit of a brief break. We're going to come back for the beginning of round 1. We're going to find a great match. We're going to hop in there, see what's to come. Let me get this tournament announcement posted. Boom! We are officially in there, ladies and gentlemen. The first round pairings will be up in about 5 minutes, but we will be back shortly. I'm gonna show you the saddest be right back screen because I had to make this today because unfortunately my last whole stream got demonetized because of me putting in the stuff from the One Piece fan letter.
Oh,
I thought it would be fine if I put my logo and some text over it. It was not fine. Yeah, it was not okay. I really test the limits of what should be allowed on these platforms, I swear.
what is it, like Toei? Toei?
Yeah, they're
Are
coming
the
for
ones
me,
that
dude.
animate it? Yeah. You don't mess with Toei.
Yeah, they're coming
You
for
don't
me.
mess with them.
Dude, I had to delete it. I was like, oh, let's get this out of here.
That's okay, because that was Tournament 0.
Exactly,
That
it was Tournament 0. We're in Tournament 1 now, baby. We're chilling. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I would love to hear if the music, the levels, the audio is good. So if it has been good this whole time, give me some feedback in the chat. We're going to go to a little be right back screen. We'll see you in just a few minutes. Stay tuned for round 1. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like we've got our first matchup here. It's going to be Purple Luffy versus Shanks. And I had to start off with a little bit of Purple Luffy. I like the Shanks matchup. We have, it looks to be Classic Brando here in the bottom left, as well as Toast in the top right. So let me adjust those names. But so Jake, you got any thoughts about this matchup?
So Shanks winning that coin flip right there, I would imagine that they choose first, right? Force the Purple Luffy to go second, I think, based on like, OP bounty stats, things like that. Usually it is favored in Shanks when they go first in the matchup, force Purple Luffy to go second. So it's going to be really curious to see how many times they can get him to ramp, the rush characters, the sticky guys on the field. And it'll be curious, 2 5-life leaders.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. I think personally, if you win the dice roll here, being able to go first is a massive advantage. But Purple Luffy has a couple tricks up his sleeve, and I think that right now I gotta root for my Purple Luffy brother right now. But I'm not biased. I'd be okay with Shanks winning.
I will say, though, starting off with a Trafalgar Law on the 2-Dawn turn and finding a Zoro Juro to immediately play on the next turn seems like a pretty good game plan.
Yeah.
I feel like at this point.
I would say what a lot of people would consider #winning. You know what I mean? Getting that Zoro Juro is pretty solid. Does swing 8 though, so no play here. Shanks doesn't typically have a great play on 3-Dawn. I mean, best case scenario, you're maybe playing out that 3-cost Hongo, which is it looks like he accidentally saw his other card, so he's revealing that to his opponent just to show the information. That's some sportsmanlike conduct. I like that. I like that a lot. So, and
you always love to see it, especially in these small tournaments.
Right. And honestly, it might not even matter considering the fact that, opponent could potentially just end up playing that Zoro Juro. Yeah. So which he is going to take the life here. So maybe there is a 5-Dawn play, but I don't know. This could be just a Zoro Juro.
It's definitely curious.
Oh, he swung 5. Yeah.
Ooh.
So just a kid.
Yeah, and I mean, this is kind of where you want to be with Shanks, right? You want to be able to knock out life early and force them when they use their leader effect to go down way farther in life, right? Really just try to be able to apply the pressure. So, kid, something you can deal with at certain points right now. You playing that Yasop and you're a 6K leader, not just a simple block on this swing.
Yeah. I think that having Yusa's Kid while Yasop's on board is actually really, really nice, though. Just gives you that extra Dawn from either Luffy Taro play, Sanji play, so that your leader can get a swing. You can, potentially rest the Yasop, have a couple of options. It just gives you that extra 1 Dawn that can really matter, especially when, Shanks can just use that simple, hey, -1, you don't get to do your attack, haha. And there it is. There's the Sanji. The Dawn -1 is going to rest the Yasop, and getting that back. I think this is like best case scenario for Purple Luffy here.
Yeah, definitely love seeing what you can do right there. But swinging 5?
Oh, I think I think that might have been a mistake.
I was going to say, you're a 6K leader and Yasop's a 6K, unless I'm missing something. But attaching the 1 Dawn and swinging 8 now allows you to have some things in play, right? 2K lime juice, and then using leader effect just gets out of that no matter where they're swinging.
Yeah, I feel like a little bit of a missed opportunity though, because like the 5 that could have been ramped to down to 2 life, attach that extra Dawn to Luffy so that it baits out that leader swing. No matter where he went with this 8K, it just gave what is it? A leader effect in 2K. Yeah.
Yeah.
But,
so swinging the Kid too. Now you have a blocker that's left, ready to rumble with, right, in a battle.
Yeah. I think that the blocker, I mean, it could very well live here. I don't see it probably living, simply because if you attach that 1 to Yasop, you're cooking.
Yeah, I mean, that Yasop's going to be able to -1 somewhere for that turn. So you have the opportunity, especially with the 6K body on the field, with the Yasop going down to 5. Now your leader and Yasop can swing at it and get it away. And getting rid of a kid right now seems like a pretty good idea.
For sure. The only thing that I could see, actually, this is slightly favorable for Purple Luffy here, is we're seeing a 7K swing. Not entirely sure where it's going, but obviously the -2 more than likely going onto the kid. It's just that the fact that he didn't play a 7-cost character on curve is actually really helpful for Purple Luffy here. So not having to deal with either the 7-cost Newgate, the 7-cost Ben Beckman. I mean, either one of those would have been, I think Newgate would have been a little more tragic, but still, I think this is actually a best case scenario for Purple Luffy.
It's definitely a pretty good spot right now if you're Purple Luffy, especially if you can do a little bit of defending, but decides not to defend against that. With 6 Dawn, you know, you could imagine that some other swings are going to be coming in from the leader potentially, right? Especially with some added Dawn, so might as well just not give up a ton of cards for it.
Oh, for sure. Oh, is this a really big commit? Just leaving 2 active? Oh.
So that is, what, 3 Dawn attached? 4 Dawn, I think? So a 9,000 power swing, maybe in the Sanji, and
wow,
just taking that knockout.
Oh, it's brutal, man. Oh, that's brutal. And just a 2 for Sanji?
I like the 2-cost Sanji right here, right? Luffy has not really been pressuring life at this point, so especially with this Sanji, you're going to be able to get some added aggression going. You know, it does cost you your life, but you can play like a Ben Beckman down next turn and get in and swing 7 with this guy. Really love this play.
Yeah, I think this works out really well for Shanks, especially when I think he probably still has about 4 cards in hand, so it's actually not too shabby. But going up to 10 Dawn adds the card from the top of the life into hand. I can't imagine at this point in the game, based off of how he's played so far, that he's missed a 9-drop. So having that 9-drop, I think, will be, you know, really solid for him dealing with Yasop. But, oh, he's just going to take the 5, not even use the leader effect. Very interesting.
I was going to say, if you know that a 9-drop is potentially coming in because you gained that information earlier with the accidental reveal, right? You know that something's probably going to go in life, you know, and there's no more swings coming in on the field, so it can gain you a little bit depending on what they put in.
Right.
Looks like a Yasop.
Yep, Yasop going. That makes a lot of sense. I think dealing with that card is you know, it's a necessity, unfortunately. It does kind of feel it doesn't feel great though as Purple Luffy to have to bring your opponent back up to 5 life here when you really optimally would like to have them at around 3 life at this point in the game. So it looks as though Brando's gonna have to do a little bit of catch up, but Toast is sitting in a pretty good spot. And having, you know, 9 Dawn to work with this turn, going into 10 next turn is where it starts to get scary. You know, we're going to see those Shanks. We're going to see the Rayleigh leaving 2 Dawn active for, you know, the good old-fashioned Red Hawk. I mean, it's, oof.
It's a lot of different spots that this leader can go. Have we resolved the... Oh, no. He didn't swing 5. I was like, wait, did we swing leader 5 and not notice? But... definitely like Dragon's live on play right here. Dragon could be really, really nice to rush down. Don't know how many cards are in the Pluffy's hand, but we know at least 1 card is a dead, non-counterable Zoro Juro at this point. And look at that. There's Dragon right there. Just bringing it onto the field. We'll see where he puts the 2 Dawn. Could probably be leader since you've got that Sanji ready to swing later in the turn.
Yeah. Oh, wow. This is going to be up. This turn's going to hurt. This is going to hurt a lot. So we're going to be
like he's going to use that leader or Sanji effect first.
Yeah. So getting the rested Dawn there, going up. That's a 7K swing at life. We're going to see obviously a 9K rush and 1 more Dawn to attach to leader as well. This turn is going to hurt. Using the giant.
Already using Gum Gum Giant, yeah.
He's drawn a lot of his Zoro Juros. That's like his 3rd one he's trashed, I think. And now
it's going to be curious now going to 9 in the next turn. Not a full 10, but still able to play for the Purple Luffy, the Lin or maybe Secret Rare Rush Luffy at this point.
Yeah. I think that was a bit of a weird way to do the AK swing. He attached one of the rested Dawn and then rested the active Dawn. I mean, it's still the same thing. It worked out, but it was just kind of a funny way to do that. So we've got the 8 getting countered out by 2Ks right here, and now a 9K swing. Definitely gonna have to take that. No way we're getting out of that.
Yeah, definitely don't want to commit too many cards at this point. And I don't know how many cards we have in hand. Do we have about 4 or 5 cards after that draw for turn in hand, I think, for the purple Luffy? So
yeah, it didn't feel great. I felt like the Yasop turn was very important, and it didn't pan out the way we wanted it to. We're gonna start with a 5. Yeah, it's a Sanji. And now here's the hard part. Do you heavy commit to this dragon, or are we going to just say, you know what, I'm gonna chalk it up and, you know, just go for life and maybe go a little wider with like a Luffy Taro, maybe 2 4 cost characters? Yeah.
I almost feel like you need to play a body on this turn, right? Because you need to be able to keep up with pace, because especially with the 10 cost Shanks that can come down in the next turn for the Shanks player right here. This Lin might go down if it doesn't, oh, but it's going at life, leaving the dragon alone.
Yeah, dragon's gonna stay for another turn or two. I'm very interested to see. I think, like, you know, obviously we haven't seen a Luffy Taro yet. We've seen a couple Zoro Juros being thrown into the trash, but Luffy Taro into some form of blocker play. Ooh, just another Lin.
Another Linlin's going to be nice. I don't think it puts dragon in the life though, right? I think it's too high of cost, right?
Yeah,
so just
I think it's
life.
6 costs. Yeah, 6 costs or lower. But you know, dragon's gonna be like, hey, you know what? I get another free life. But I think it's kind of like it's a passive turn for purple Luffy. I think it's okay. It works out. I think Luffy Taro into another character might have been a little more helpful for pressuring life, but I understand the very scary thought of having 2 life and then your opponent being at 10 Dawn, dropping a Shanks, and just watching, you know, your entire hand wither away.
No Dawn open for the purple Luffy for another Gum Giant. We did see off the Lin trash a Luffy Taro, so we know the combo was there potentially, but all 10 Dawn.
Oof.
Here comes that 10 drop, minus 1,000 power to everything on the field. Starts out 12, I think, maybe going into the Lin. Yeah, 12 to 8.
Yeah, you got to punish it if you don't have that Dawn active, you know. And that's, you know, you're giving up 3 cards to get out of that. And so I counter with the Sanji, definitely taking the life here. This is going to be tough. This is going to be tough for purple Luffy to bounce back from. I think it's going to come down to like a couple of blockers and some Gum Giants.
Because especially if you go in and play like a secret rare 9 cost Luffy at this point, it still can't swing at dragon because the minus 1,000 power, right? So all of your buff bodies at this point are inherently nerfed, and you're going to have to swing face. It's almost like a race to life at this point.
Yeah. It's a bit tough. Oh, interesting. Does counter the 5. I think maybe he was thinking opponent would use leader effect, and then I'm just trying to think of if he was going to play 9 cost Luffy here, would it be like a 9 at dragon, 10 at dragon? But now I think we're just going face. I think we just have to play the game where we're like, hey, you and I, we're racing each other at this point, you know?
So still has leader effect available, I believe. And also, right, with this 8,000 power swing, a leader effect would just be 7, and you could just go 2K, 1K to get out of it, right? So definitely an interesting spot for this Shanks. It's all going to depend on how many bricks they have in hand, and just going to go with 2Ks, still saving that leader effect and calling out for this Rush Luffy that's playing down.
Yeah. And so Rush Luffy, a 10K rush here, but 9 with the Shanks. Still saving, like you said, still saving that that leader effect. But I still, it would be kind of pointless to go for dragon here because obviously, you know, just the leader effect clears that hurdle. You also, like, your opponent's like, yeah, sure, I'll just give you 1 card. So 9 to life is good. He's playing the game where, hey, I want to try and win the turn after. I don't think that I die with a Gum Giant in hand this turn. So I respect it. This is where this matchup gets a little hairy, and these 5k swings are actually so annoying for Purple Luffy here. You know, you give a 1k counter, but if you don't, then you end up giving up too much information. It's a tough spot, but I wonder what Shanks is going to do. Is this going to be very aggressive towards the board? Are we going to try and punish life? Are we maybe even going to play defensively, you know, with a couple of blockers like Rayleigh and Lucky Roo? Oh, God, good Lord.
10 cost Shanks coming down a second one right there.
That's rough. Oh, no. Oh, I'm like crying.
So going in
internally.
with the swings right now, now you got 9, 12, 12 going into this, and you do probably have one Gum Giant. I would think leaving that one Dawn open be tough not to at this point, but it's going to all depend on how many of those Luffy Taros they've been holding on to, or any of those other big bodies like the Secret Rare Luffy or the Linlin.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, man. Tough. Oh, that's so tough. Like 2 Shanks is where you start to think, is there even a way to do
The
this?
thing is, though, if you get out of this turn, right, because you have 3 swings that you have to worry about in the Dragon, the Shanks. If you could just get out of the Dragon swing somehow at this point, you can survive the turn and then maybe try to push for game. The Shanks may pivot, though, into after this, seeing all that counter leave the hand, start swinging at these characters to clear board, but he's only at 2 life left, so it's still anybody's game, I feel like, at this point. But it all depends on how the counter or knockouts go and where these swings of these Shanks are going.
Yeah, I mean, Luffy being an 8k, Linlin being a 7k. I mean, you can't you can't protect both, you know. So I think Shanks is he's just gonna bully the board here because he knows, like, hey, if I take one off the board, then I can go for the other swing can go at life, and then it's just like, how do I lose the turn after? You realistically can't with the -2.
Yeah, and I really like this play. I think this is very smart. Like, you're just going to be able to keep everything on the board essentially, and really just minimize the amount of attacks to really go in, especially if you have a 3rd Shanks coming in or like another Dragon next turn.
Yeah, no kidding. Oh man, I tell you what, Shanks' top end's terrifying. So terrifying.
Going at life there with that Shanks, leaving the Linlin alone. So maybe with -2,000 power on the Linlin, not worried about it at all.
No, I think he's looking at that Linlin and more or less kind of laughing. He's like, yeah,
Kind of gives you a little bit of protection though against like another Linlin coming down in this game potentially on this turn.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, 7 leader effect, 2k. Oh, that has got to hurt. You know, when
That's disgusting.
when your Linlin is getting countered out with a 2k, that is so tragic. Oh my gosh, I want to cry right. Wow, 3rd Linlin. Oh man, that's crazy though. He's seen all the Linlins, but I don't think it's really helping him as much as he'd like. So the 1 Dawn active, I believe, only 2 cards in hand. Yeah, only 2 cards in hand.
3 cards.
Oh, 3.
Yeah.
Oh, because he took life. That's right. Oh man, how do you survive here? I mean,
Looks like a Dragon play coming in.
oh,
13.
this is potentially promising. I think 13 is unnecessary. I think you could just go 12 here. Like,
I think definitely 13 is also a little bit unnecessary.
yeah, I mean, it's safe, if you will, but like with only 1 Dawn active for Giant, like, I don't think he can even get out of a 13k or a 12k, excuse me.
Well, Giant would get you to 9, so it all depends on what you draw after that. But I agree with just letting this go, right? Try to build up the hand, right? All of these 13s, but
Yeah,
might be smacking in with a, what is it, 8 plus 9, 17,000 at the end of this if he's going at life right here.
yeah, a 5 and a 17 is tragic. So
But don't forget, you have leader effects.
Oh, I thought he was about to.
Or a leader too.
Yeah, I thought he was about to. Oh, he is. He's gonna get out of the 13. No shot. All right. So trashes 9 cost Luffy, draws 2. Is he cooked? Is he taking the gamble? Like, I have to get out of this right here. All right. So 11. 12, 13, 14. Woo! Wow.
14, no cards in hand, swing 5 at, or I guess you could do dragon.
Yeah.
I guess there's no KO triggers, right? But
trigger? No.
gonna be sealing this game. Shanks winning the die roll, choosing the right order, right, and claiming the win on Purple Luffy in a pretty strong fashion, I feel like.
Absolutely. And if we really think about it, what it boils down to is that turn with Yasop was so important. Like, you had to either bully your opponent's hand or really like commit to completely getting that card off the board. And it's very tough. It's very, very tough to do. And that card is such an important just such an important card for Shanks in this matchup. And yeah, I mean, we're gonna go back to a little our little casting scene here really quickly. But fantastic first game between Brando and Toast right there. I think, yeah, that turn, it means everything. Dealing with that Yasop, it can be a snowball effect that from there, where do you go? And I just wonder, though, if Brando had the option of potentially defending out one of the characters he had on board at the time. I think it was, a Sanji and a Eustace Kid, right?
Yeah, Sanji and Kid.
Yeah, so that's it's interesting. It's interesting. I think tough part for my man right there. He was trying to get it done with Purple Luffy, but it's never easy when you're going up against the Shanks and they got first.
Yeah, I mean, those big giant bodies, especially if you let the game go on, is just so tough.
Oh yeah. Well, it looks as though we have about 14 minutes left in the round. Maybe we hop in and see if we can find another match really quickly. Just hop around, see what we got going on.
There's a pudding at table 5. Pudding against Lucci.
Ooh.
I think the game is just now finishing. Yeah, just finished. Pudding ended up claiming the win, I believe.
Okay, well, I've got a bit of an interesting one here. If we go over to table 1, we have Enel versus Bonnie. So let me bring this up for everybody really quickly. So it looks as though it is Enel's turn, using the 10 cost rush ace to go ahead and heal to 2 life right there, and then attacking the life. Bonnie's kind of looking solid though, like has Kid, has Basil Hawkins. Like a 10k obviously kind of sucks here, but like with that many cards in hand, you could probably just take it and defend your Kid and feel good about it,
Yeah, I mean, usually this matchup, I think, goes about 60-40 to Bonnie's favor, especially with that 10 cost Doflamingo, right? Being able to freeze all of those different gigantic characters like Ace, Yamato, the Katakuri, right? Definitely provides a lot of problems for Enel.
Yeah. Enel's board is terrifying, though, I tell you what.
I will say, right, with a 10-drop Doflamingo, would be nice freezing all of these bodies, but then you wouldn't have any Dawn for the Eustace Captain Kid because you don't have a Cavendish on field, right? Probably that Opioid Nami SR taking out the Cavendish that we see in the trash right there. So
right,
we'll see on a full 10 Dawn how he responds in this. Maybe wants to play or get that Kid into its like fortress mode in a sense, but just going to be doing some pokes, seeing how this Enel reacts to the swing.
I know that a 10 is like, wow, oh my god, how many cards?
Yeah, that's a huge hand for Enel. Yeah, like,
oh my god,
like this is probably swinging out of character because there's no reason that you don't just take this life right here if he's swinging 10 at life with 2 life, but probably trying to save 1. There's a 2k 1k to get out of that swing. Looks like 11, so he's probably swinging at the Katakuri with that.
Yeah, that's wild. Oh my gosh, I was just looking at it like there's no way this guy has like 11 cards in hand. No, he does. He super does.
I mean, he does have the LuffyTV buff, with that mat.
That's so true. That's so true. And look at it, it's signed too. Look at that terrible signature on Nami's arm. Wow. I'm just kidding.
I thought that was the ace tattoo there.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like, I mean, we have to dedicate one Dawn, of course, to Eustace Kid. So where are we going with the rest? Are we trying to bully the board? Are we trying to bully hand? I don't think going life here makes any sense because you just let your opponent play another 10-cost ace with however many cards they have in hand. Yeah, but we see a 10 connecting on the Katakuri. Not really, Anel's not really willing to give up, the cards for that, but we've also got quite a bit left. I would imagine Bonnie's going to try and go for, some form of either blocker play or Cavendish to, keep a little bit of that Dawn active and maybe even get aggressive with the leader.
I was going to say they're eyeing up about 5 Dawn, it looks like. And especially with the Dawn attached to the Eustace Captain Kid, there's probably not going to be another Kid attached, right? Because that's a 9 Dawn combo that you need with no Cavendish on the field already, no 10-drop Flamingo. So all these kind of mid-range characters, I think you're somewhat okay with. I think Enel might not be in too bad of a spot, especially since Bonnie's at 0 life.
Yeah. I mean, I still think at 0 life as Bonnie, I'm not super sweating because I'm just sitting here like, you know what? I got Kid. That's all I need.
Yeah, I mean, that's a 10K leader swing going at one of these characters on the board right now with only 3 Dawn open.
Yeah. Yeah, that's...
So where is this going? Is this going at like Yamato maybe?
Oh, Frankie.
Yeah, just a 2K out of that one.
Yeah. Is it interesting? Interesting. I feel like I guess the Nami on board isn't really that big of a threat because they do have to get over the 8K, Eustace Kid threshold. So I understand now why you didn't really go that direction. But
yeah, I mean, if you want to commit Nami to the swing, right, you have to commit 3 Dawn at least, which means that you're not going to see a 10-cost Enel, 9-cost Yamato, or 8-cost Katakuri in the turn.
Yeah. Oh, man, do you want to know how blind I am? I legitimately thought that 5-cost Shirahoshi was 5-cost Rocket Luffy for a minute.
Well, that's those PRB full arts right there.
I know. I was looking at it like, yeah, he's got a couple attacks though, and then I was like, wait, that's not an attack. That's a 0 power, just homie chilling.
Could go for game on 10,000 power Shirahoshi here. Got a couple swings going. First this ace, right? Another 10,000 power.
Mm-hmm.
It's like resting the Yamato. Do like that play.
Yeah. Get the other big swing out of the way. Oh, we have a 0-cost event. Another Kid. That makes sense.
Yeah, especially with the 0-cost event, right? Now, if they want to swing and get over this Kid, it's going to be a lot of Dawn commitment that you have to do. And you have 2 blockers in the Cavendish and the... yeah, but this ace, this is all you have to worry about. And you got a little chum blocker in the killer at this point. So, looks like maybe passing off the turn, not even swinging with the... I guess you went up to 3 life, right?
Right. I was just about to say that. I was like, hey, maybe he could have just said, hey, you know what? I don't want to gain the life, and it could still have the rush. But he opted for having the life instead, which I don't know personally. I think that at this point, you're trying to bully Bonnie's hand quite a bit. And your life isn't really that big of a threat when Bonnie's trying to do the same thing to you. Like, Bonnie's essentially like, hey, I'm just going to pressure your hand, and eventually you'll run out of cards, and whoever runs out of cards first loses the board and then loses the game, respectively. So...
yeah, and I mean, Enel almost at the same amount of life that it says on the leader card at this point. One more ace would put him back up to 4. Definitely a tricky situation for the Bonnie. I think Enel's got advantage in this one for sure.
Yeah. Oh, you know what would be a game winner right here? 9-cost
Zoro?
Yep, 9-cost Zoro. Yep.
9-cost Zoro would be interesting because you would have to attach that last Dawn to Kid in order to basically almost not die at this point. And again, with no Cavendish on the field, that's why that Nami is just so good. A well-timed Nami is so nice. Now the Zoro play is tough because you either sacrifice the Kid effect or your leader effect, if you slam down 9-cost Zoro right here.
Yeah. So let's see, 2K from Satori. Obviously, I think this was just going into Yamato. And then we have... oh, is that Shanks? That's big.
Yeah,
Shanks.
The nice starter deck film Shanks. Going to be taking out that ace, right? Take out the biggest body on the field. Again, like I said, no Dawn available to you, though, at this point. That's why you definitely need a Cavendish.
Yeah, I still think I'd be stoked. Bonnie's looking good right now. Yeah, no Dawn active obviously is a little bit tragic, but at the same time, it's not horrific because like we're getting the fog machine effects right here. Heck yeah, love it. But Shanks gets rid of one of the aces. Yeah, I still feel good. Like I have a killer blocker. I've got Basil Hawkins, which is very tough to remove. I have, what, 6 cards in hand, something like that.
6 cards, but Bonnie notorious for the some of the bricks, especially because we're seeing
That's fair.
Hawkins here, the Shanks, Dofi, Kid. Like it might be a little bit tough, especially when a 9-cost Yamato can just take out that killer immediately, right? I think they probably would have played it before if they were going to play a 9-cost Yamato, so it could be something like another 10-cost ace go up to 4 life here.
That would be interesting. I think is this just gonna be, I think it's gonna be a 10 from Nami, 10 from leader, something of the sorts.
Yeah, really just committing to get rid of these blockers, because especially with Bonnie's not really going to draw any more cards, right? Enel doesn't necessarily have draw potential outside of Shirahoshi, but gaining the life constantly is essentially like a draw effect for the deck, right? Running out of resources, if you're in a resource war, Enel is probably going to win it 9 times out of 10.
Yeah. With this race, we blocked with that. Do you have, only 3 cards in hand. This is what I'm talking about. Like, you bully the hand, and now it gets to the point of, well, I'm not going to have anything in hand, so I either have to go for game or that's the, wait.
So blocking 2K with the Cavendish to get out of that one. Really just wants to keep this kid alive as much as possible, and only 1 card in hand right now.
Yeah, I think that that was just for a little flair. That was just a flex on the haters, because all he needed to do was just 2K out of the kid. Because the kid is higher than the Basil Hawkins.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so I don't know. That was just a little flex, I guess.
Kind of been a nice yeah, I guess if you don't have a 1K, then it doesn't matter at that point.
Yeah.
But if you had a 1K in hand, so that's kind of telling in terms of information for the Enel going into next turn on the swings, that like, man, I don't know if this guy's any more counter than that.
For sure. Oh man, I think Bonnie's in pickle. Bonnie is in a pickle. Your opponent has 6 cards in hand. You have to remove their board, like legitimately have to, or you have to have a 10-cost Ophi. And the way that the Dawn's looking right now, I'm not feeling the 10-cost Ophi.
Especially with the attached 3 swing. Is it 15? I think
14?
It's 12.
I think he's an 11.
He's an 11.
Yeah. So 14 to...
Either way, taking that KO.
Yeah. Oh man, this is that's dedication. All right, you definitely have to. You're like forced to get some cards out of your opponent's life this turn, though, because if you don't, then you're not going to be able to swing for like game based off of how many attacks you're going to have after they pressure your kid. So
I think you almost need to remove board, right? Remove this Yamato, remove this Nami, and so really, unless they have another 10-cost ace in hand, which we've seen 3 of them, I think at this point, if they have the 4th one on field, you're only going to have to worry about Enel and Shirahoshi, and you've essentially got 2 blockers with Kid and Cavendish, or not Cavendish, Basil Hawkins.
Yeah, for
right.
Sure.
So you can't lose, but it's definitely not looking great, right?
Yeah,
it's just a matter of how many more turns can you last.
Oof, this could get interesting. Interesting. Okay, letting the Yamato go. So that's fairly telling. That is fairly telling.
I was going to say, because there's no way that you block or counter out of a like 11,000 power kid swing, right?
Yeah. I think we're maybe just going to see... something like 7 at the Nami, and then swing at life with the kid. If I'm Bonnie right here, I'm getting aggressive. I'm swinging Basil, but that's just me. I'm crazy like that. Oh, pass. You hate to see it. See, I think going down to 1 life would have actually been really, really huge. But again, only 2 cards in hand. So if you're just sitting on bricks, obviously that's very risky. So I can fully respect. Not.
And especially with the leader effect active for the Bonnie, right? One of these two is going to get rested.
Yeah.
One of these 2 potential swings if they go in. But if a 10-drop ace comes down, there's not going to be a Shirahoshi swing, unfortunately.
As much as we want it to happen. Yeah. But it looks as though the players are going to be entering time here very soon as well. So that could be a factor into, you know, how this is going to go for the Bonnie player, because you're
I mean, I think you only have a
clock.
Yeah, I think that this is like one of the last turns. Resting 9 right here. What would they rest 9 for? Just playing a Yamato and nothing? Just playing a body on field?
Oh my gosh, the 4.
Oh, there's the ace.
That's so sick.
Going up to 3.
That's so sick. That's
Just
actually
passing
gross.
off the turn. But yeah, you're right. I mean, you have to go aggressive at life and just hope that there's no like play body triggers or anything like that that come in there for the defense. But you have no other option other than to go all in, I feel like, at this point, or pretty close to all in. So the Bonnie being turn 1, right?
Yeah. I think Bonnie, yeah, turn 0. Or no, turn 1. Turn 0 was actually an L, so yeah, I guess Bonnie's turn 1. Yep. So that means Bonnie has 2 more turns to play out, and Nell has 1 more turn. I
feel like if you're a Nell, you're just kind of taking this life and see what happens, right? You're running the gamble, and until you're about to lose, that's when you start playing trigger. Ooh, look at that Bonnie filter trigger. Draw 2, trash 1.
Yep, draw 2, trash 1. Oh, getting a little, low pixelated. Uh-oh. All right, it could just be me on my viewing, because I'm running quite a bit of streaming stuff. So let's see here.
I think another life was taken. No trigger from the Doflamingo.
Yep.
So how all in do you go from this Bonnie at this point, right? Because you're going to have another turn if you can survive, right?
Yeah.
But do you want to play another Bonnie on the field to guarantee on your final turn, like, all right, I think I might have it? Or do you try to just aggressively go in all in right now? You technically could hit for game. It's a little scary, though. You've got 3 swings and a 1 life NL means that all 3 swings could technically hit.
Yeah.
But not easy math.
Yeah, I almost think you have to. Like, time is coming around. What is this, an 8? Is that 3 Dawn commitment? 8K swing? That seems a little low for trying to go for game, but you know, Anel could just have everything, so I don't think he really cares. He's just like, yeah, I'll just take it, see what happens. Oh my gosh, another Bonnie.
Another filter.
That's wild. Yeah.
So interesting in this list, by the way, with Anel playing 2 jewelry Bonnies. I feel like I usually only see 1.
Oh really? Just like a 1-of tech? I actually don't play Anel a lot.
Yeah.
So they're getting rid of Rygo. Wow. Wait, what is that?
I think that's smart,
Rygo?
right? I think that's honestly kind of smart when you're doing this filtering method, right? Because if you're trying to just not die in this turn, right? If they want to win, they're going to have to swing Cavendish and swing Kid, right, to go. So you want to be able to guarantee that you can counter out of one of those. So just filtering out the Rygo is fine because it's a non-counter card in hand.
Yeah.
Just pitching another non-counter card right there in the Yamato. They've had great filtering out of these non-counter cards.
I mean, you have to swing Kid. I guess maybe I feel like Anel's got to be baiting him, right? He's got like 1 billion cards in hand. Oh wait, what is this? Oh, is this oh, I'm sorry, I got a little pixelated, but I think it's Baby 5.
Oh yeah, Baby 5.
Yeah, Baby 5 picks up a Dofi.
Finding a Dofi, that's not going to help you.
Yeah, it's not gonna help here. Yeah. Oh, I see.
I was gonna say, maybe I think the only thing that I could have thought of was like playing down another Basil Hawkins, right? But just going in and swinging with 4 Dawn attached to that kid.
All right, so he swings 12.
Yeah, I think this is an easy take because you're probably going to get out of this Cavendish swing if they do.
Yeah.
And I think they're just passing.
Passing, but you know, it's about to end in overtime.
So one of the curious things about this right now, though, is you only have 3 cards in hand, but there's 2 swings that you can block, quote unquote, right? One being the kid and one being the Cavendish. So especially if like one of the cards in hand is like another 0 cost event, you might not really actually be afraid of dying at this point, and you've almost guaranteed a search for another turn, right? In the final turn 3, if we have time for it.
I think
in
the
this
game,
one, so
I think the game is over. I think they went to the.
I mean, it's either the 3 times or the 5 minutes.
Yeah, I think it was the 5 minutes that just elapsed. So, unfortunately, I don't remember what is the end of round procedure.
It should
for this?
be
It's life, and then what?
It's cards in deck.
Cards in deck.
Yes. So the person that has more cards in deck wins, I believe.
So that could be. Oh man, that could be either one of them. I don't know.
Yeah.
But
I mean, both players have had good draws, and they look like they kind of have the same amount. I think Anel sometimes has less cards in deck just because of the constant, like, bringing one back into life, you know, drawing with Shirahoshi, drawing with the Bonnies, right, from the triggers. So it could be a little difficult. Bonnie is not necessarily the most draw-heavy deck.
Yeah. So with this deck count, I think it's super relevant to remember that Anel just hit 2 draw 2 trash 1 triggers. You know what I mean? So that I feel like Anel's probably in the worst spot here. I think Anel's unfortunately going to lose this.
It looks like in terms of the trash buildup, looks like Bonnie has the advantage on this, but couldn't count fast enough.
I want to know
in the Anel's deck. Looks like somewhere around 30 or so for the Bonnie.
Yeah, I want to say if a Yamato, or it's not Yamato, excuse me, Anel had so many cards in hand. I think if he had just protected his life, he'd have been fine. That last life was what mattered. Oh, yeah. Bummer, dude. Bummer. Yeah. That's you know, unfortunately, that's just the way that the ruling of the overtime goes. That's why, you know, we give an extra.
Can you wear watches in One Piece?
Can you wear
watches in One Piece?
Oh, like
yeah, like a regular watch.
Yeah.
So like in other card games, like you take a watch to a tournament, you note when they start the round, and you kind of just know how much time you have left.
Yeah,
based on different things.
Yeah. Dang, I feel like it just came down to not realizing that, he had multiple ways to heal himself. Oh, he had so many ways to heal himself. Oh, it's tragic. You hate to see it. You actually hate to see it. Here, let's go back to the casting screen really fast. Honestly, solid match, though, to see at the end of round 1. But really unfortunate that, you know, that's one of those things that I have lost plenty of games because of my either lack of time management or lack of understanding of endgame procedure. So, and it is a part of the game. It's kind of one of those things that you just have to be aware of. You know, personally, I wish that, you know, if there wasn't 64 people else playing as well, I would love to, you know, not have to have these kinds of rulings in here, but I do have to account for the fact that we have a bunch of people that also are playing with their time and they're here, you know, spending their time. So you got to stop it at some point. Otherwise, we would have went forever. Yeah. But ladies and gentlemen, that's going to conclude round 1. Yeah, we're just going to take a quick break. We're going to get round 2 paired. Finals untimed. Yeah, finals for sure untimed. Yeah, finals for sure untimed. Like, we're not gonna do like, you know, we'll do that for sure for the finals. But don't be making me sit here for 2 hours though, or else I'll fight you. Okay, that's all. All right. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you in round 2. We're gonna get that paired up here very shortly. We'll be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to go into round 2. We've got a really interesting one here for you. Jake immediately, like at the end of the first round game that we watched, and we were trying to find a second one to tune into, he caught a glimpse of the good old-fashioned purple yellow pudding, and he immediately was like, "Dude, we gotta get that. We gotta get that." And I was like, "Oh, okay, for sure." So we have a purple yellow pudding versus black yellow Luffy here. And I am just going to set this up really quickly so that I have their stuff correct before we get over there, like a professional streamer would, you know what I mean?
And if you need a reminder on what purple yellow pudding does, because I definitely do, I've got the card right here. I'll read you the effect in case you don't know, because it's not necessarily the most meta leader out there, right? When attacking, you can turn 2 cards from the top of your life face up. You can add 1 Dawn card from your Dawn deck and rest it. So really cool ability to ramp, especially when you talk about ramping to like a 7-drop pudding, or I'm sorry, a 7-drop Linlin, 6-drop Linlin, 10-drop Linlin, right? Could be very crazy going on in this game. Going to be really interesting though in the interaction between black yellow Luffy, right? Especially if you use something like 7 cost Linlin, 10 cost Linlin, right? With the interaction of face up life on the black yellow Luffy side, because that would go to the trash, right? Doesn't go to the bottom of the deck like you sometimes would think if they're taking life, putting it to hand. So gonna be really curious. I don't know how this matchup is favored at all. Never once thought about this matchup.
Right. There we go. All right, so let's get over there, dude. Let's see what's happening, what's popping. Beautiful. Let's transition. And oh, it might have just cut off a little bit short because I did something silly, but that's okay. We've got BY, Luffy, and Pudding. This is going to be pretty interesting. I think that I can't imagine that BY is like not at least like a little favored into this, but I also have, truth be told, never seen this matchup before, so I think it'll be very interesting.
And Pudding going first in this one does not have a 1-drop Pudding to play to do some searching on the very first turn. Definitely hurts, I think, in that aspect. But Luffy going in right now has a 1-Dawn play. Looks like Makino, right? Makino is going to be nice to rearrange that life.
Yeah, yeah. Let's set up the future plays here. Knowing what we have is extremely helpful. I can't really... The only thing I can think of is maybe what the 3-cost Pudding as a card that you would maybe want to have that Rocket Luffy at the top of your life for to deal with, but I'm not entirely sure. Again, it's kind of weird. I'm not extremely familiar with Pudding's gambit here, but I like the idea. I've seen a little bit more Robin than I have this deck, but oh, a Viola. A Viola is going to, I believe, reveal the top card. Oh, it reveals all of them.
Up to, yeah.
Yeah.
Reveals the life right there. Look at that. 3 Brothers Bond. So right after the Makino play, reorganizing the life.
Wow.
Now Viola has complete control. You now know what everything is going to do.
That's actually really cool. What an answer. What an answer already. So... Viola.
And the cool thing about that is once you attack with the Pudding, you can just flip over your own life, right? Get your own information on what life is. And I think Viola reorders the stack, right?
Yeah.
I think, correct me if I'm wrong. So absolutely messes up that Makino, almost like wasted 2K.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, this is solid. I still don't think, like, just based off of what their life is that it's like massively impactful, but it is, you know, pretty neat to be able to see something like that. And now we see the 2 life being shown for Pudding's effect, allowing a ramp of the Rested Dawn. Pretty solid. Purple Luffy does choose to take here, going to 2. Yeah, obviously I think this is fine. This gets you closer to Awakening as black. I said Purple Luffy, excuse me. Black Yellow Luffy.
There's too many Luffys in the One Piece trading card game. Right now we're getting another manga, an OP11, but 4-Dawn play for the Luffy. Gonna be curious to see what he plays down, right? The Egghead Luffy is viable right now that you're at 2 life to be able to KO and draw, but going to be starting out potentially with a 7k swing at lead. Remember that Viola, I believe, is a blocker.
Yeah, yeah. So does help out a little bit. I think that the Katakuri is relevant in this matchup, though. Just being able to get like a really big body, and it looks as though Cardboard is going to be playing out the 2-cost Sabo and 2-cost Luffy. Does Pudding have cheap removal to be able to deal with that? Is kind of the real.
Well, I would think it could generally have some like regular like Gadatsu, right? Could be a thing. Gadatsu on a play right here would be able to take out one of those 2-cost babies if you decide to play it.
Yeah, and Nico
now
Robin.
That you're at 7 Dawn, I think, in this turn.
Yeah.
Or 6 Dawn, I'm sorry.
Ah, interesting. Okay. So 6 Dawn for the Katakuri here. That is going to flip the life back upside down, and then a 6k swing coming in from Pudding. Is he? I'm not entirely sure. See, this is my trouble with the Pudding, understanding the Pudding matchup, is I don't know if he chose to use his leader effect or if it's optional at all.
So no, because you have to turn 2 cards from the top of your life face up. So with one of them already being a face up, you can't actually use leader effect. So using that 6-drop Katakuri, right, still gives you the ability to ramp, go up to 9 in the next turn because you flip over one of, or the top of your life, you flip it over face down.
For sure.
So especially like if they swing and take this life right here, if you got another one, you know that it's a 6-cost Katakuri on the top of the life. So you're going to be able to flip that over and then use leader effect to then ramp if you want in that next, because your top 2 life are going to be face down. It's definitely an interesting spot in like kind of loop method in a sense that Pudding has to go through. But you're almost already at 10 Dawn. So do you need to ramp anymore?
Right, exactly. Oh, and you know what? I just read in chat that I had a little mix up, and that's my fault. I did not realize that the camera was inverted. So let's do this to make it a little bit better.
So the Black Yellow Luffy doing 2 quick Garp searches to start off the turn on a 6 Dawn turn, right? Pudding about to hit 9 on that one. Got an Egghead Luffy and a Manga Sabo as well. So definitely some good pieces that you have of the puzzle, but with only 1 life left and not a lot of Dawn, gonna need to keep doing some things to be able to stay in this game. So thinking about playing another 1-drop, maybe even just thinking about, you know, taking this last life through like a Flampe or something like that and use leader effect potentially, or maybe evolve the babies.
Yeah. It looks as though with the 1, yep, taking the Flampe, we're going down, and now, but we have the answers. I believe he picked up, what was it off the Garp? I believe it was a Sabo, if I'm not mistaken.
So he got a Sabo off the first Garp, and then the second, or well, it was a Luffy, Egghead Luffy off the first Garp, and then the second one was the Sabo. So yeah, he has the ability to use leader effect and put both of these guys in life, but throwing away the Punch Luffy, right, through the leader effect is going to put this Sabo from hand in the Luffy there. Just wants to establish the Luffy. Doesn't really care about popping that blocker right now.
Yeah, just going to 7, now getting the bonus of Sabo as well, going to 9. I don't think we're in any sort of situation where we should feel threatened, especially with the amount of cards in hand. So, yeah, this is very interesting. Now getting the Rocket Luffy in trash though, which will be really solid for dealing with the Viola. Yeah, looks like Lord Richards is going to have himself a turn here. I really like that. I think Pudding has, actually, now that I think about it, has really substantial plays that you can make against this BY deck here. I mean, resting 8 and going for a Katakuri. But we're going to use 9 Mom, which is actually just the same, if not better. Just fantastic for us. Choosing which character we want to put to the top of life face up. Now, we'll have a couple of swings coming at you with the Katakuri. And leader's still going to be at 5, but I guess you could get a ramp or rested Dawn, but I don't think it's very relevant since you're at 8 already. So I like this though. Does bounce that. Does heal the 1 life going back up to 4 here. And do you swing with Katakuri? Because it is a 7K.
No,
correct?
Katakuri is a 7, so can't actually swing at the.
Oh, he went to
Luffy
9.
Right
he
there.
went to 9. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he went to 9. He evolved the baby Luffy, and
Yeah.
that I do like this play though, because it kind of forces them to have another baby, and then also kind of screws up the rhythm of the deck, right? Because they have to get that Luffy out of life in order to use leader effect again, to then use other babies. So definitely a good play. I think establishing that 9,000 power body is going to help in the long run in here, especially because 10 cost Linlin is now live on this next turn, and 10 cost Linlin is a problem, right?
Yeah.
When you talk about big mom decks, especially ramping to 10.
Yeah. I could not agree more. It is terrifying, not only from the BY standpoint, but from every deck standpoint. That card is a menace. It's going to keep putting healthy, but also put BY in the situation that he might not want to be in, which is essentially having 0 life instead of 1 at all times. Optimally, you're really trying to get to that point where you go, hey, you know what? I can just play a Moria here. I've got, a billion life. I'm looking good, and by a billion, I mean 1, because that's all you need with 9K lead.
I will say, though, that the good news about BY at this point, if he can consistently get to 9,000 power, right, delay the geckos as long as possible, he really only has to worry about like 1 or maybe 2 swings in a turn, right? 1 swing from the Linlin, and that's pretty much it, because Pudding is going to want to play a big body every single turn, right?
Sure.
So you've got a little bit of delays that you can do, and you've got a little bit of time, but you got to be able to consistently get all the way up to the 9,000 power.
Yeah, I like that. Pudding's. I mean, you just feel like you're in a solid spot right now. You've got the Linlin, you've got obviously the 12 cost Mom that's potentially coming down next turn. You still have threats with the 8 cost Katakuri. I mean, I mean, you got the blocker Viola as well. I don't believe that's not like the same effect as Shirahoshi, so it's not gonna heal you a life on KO, but it's still just presents a problem. Ooh, Raigo though. Raigo's pretty tough when you're at 1 life. Yeah.
1 life and 5,000 power leader with only 1 blocker.
Yeah, passing it back over. And really quickly, I'm actually... apologies to all the viewers really fast. I just have to pull something up, put it to the side. So give you a little flashbang. Sorry about that. But let's see... There
I'll
we go.
describe the play-by-play as we're going on.
Yeah. No, I
just shuffling up the dawn and trying to figure out what to play.
No, I just had I saw a suggestion that the music might have been just a tad too loud. So I went and adjusted that really quickly. If you guys want to give me some feedback, let me know if that's a bit better. I hope so. And yeah, we've got 10 Dawn. Looks like 2 is getting rested. We are going to play... What is this? Oh, this is Thunderbolt. Oh,
playing a Thunderbolt right there to get rid of the Sabo. With the Sabo that wasn't in the life at the last point, now you can kind of go in a little bit and be aggressive, going wide right here.
Dude, this is... Oh, man.
Going tall and add face.
He's going to pressure. This is going to hurt. This is going to hurt if you are BY Luffy. And he swings 9. This is super correct. Leaving yourself 6 Dawn up. Now you have to... Your opponent has to choose between defending out of a 9 or an 11. And either way, Lord Richards is like, yeah, give me the cards. I want all of them. So we've got 8K here.
Only 1 2K, putting out a ton of 1Ks, right? Could potentially be setting up. But there's really no reason to ditch 2 Sabos when you already have 1 in the trash, right? So this is a super telling sign of what's in the hand, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think either way, you want, obviously, right now, if you're not super worried about the Sabos being a thing that you want to play directly from hand the next turn, you're probably like, yeah, sure, I've got a Luffy and a Sabo baby in trash already. If I have a Moria, all I need to do is set up getting those Sabos in the trash anyways. Now we can start doing our thing. And look at this, rest in the 8. Here comes the Moria. We're getting the 2 babies out really fast. So there comes Sabo and Luffy.
I definitely think we missed an opportunity not swinging at leader, swinging with leader.
No, because Oh, you're saying with leader with pudding.
Yeah,
I
with
see,
the
I see.
pudding. Like,
Yeah.
if the pudding leader had swung, it's a 5K leader. You might have been able to get another card or like put that Luffy at the bottom of the life. But now the
I
Luffy's
agree,
on the
yeah.
field. Now he's an 8,000 power character. So,
Yeah.
but the thing is, right now with the 2, you have 1, maybe 2 cards in hand at this point, and you're trying to get a Sabo on the field.
Yeah. Yeah, you have your Sabo. You're gonna have to discard. I mean, that last turn was rough. You know, that was rough. That was about as rough as it gets. You'll be able to go to 9 though, with your opponent only having 2 7Ks on board. They can't pressure. Well, they can pressure your hand actually fairly decently. If Lord Richards can protect that rested Katakuri, I don't envy BY here. You're in a bit of a weird spot, you know.
So going to be using that Sabo, going up to 9 and drawing 2 and trashing 2. Only, what, 4 cards in hand? So going to go down to 2 at this point. The thing about Black Yellow Luffy a lot of times with this deck is once you start doing this loop cycle, you're constantly shrinking your hand, right? Your hand doesn't really grow. You almost put yourself on kind of a clock. So going to be a little tough at this point. But with 1 life, if you can keep this 1 life up somehow and be able to use that Luffy effect potentially to draw a card, that can help you a little bit. But first, we got to resolve this 11,000 power swing at probably the Katakuri. Does he have the counter to keep it alive?
Oh, I forgot. He's got Viola. He could just block. Why did I forget he even has
he could.
that?
Yeah, he could just block as
Yeah.
well. And I think blocking would be a great situation right there. And as they do that, definitely a good one. You still keep all 5 of those cards in your hand. You keep the body on the field, and there's just a pass off to the turn. Still 2 life left. Now going up to 6 cards. You keep both of those bodies. The good news is you have to commit at least 2 done to be able to swing the Katakuris in general.
Sure.
Right. And that's not a body that's produced on the field, but maybe looking
he's
at
already
just dividing the dawn and going in.
Yeah. He's divvying it up. He's like, oh man, I can smell blood in the water, dude.
It could be really tough if another Thunderbolt comes in, right? We've seen 2 Thunderbolts already. One was pitched at the very beginning of the game.
We can't because Sabo's protected, right?
Oh, yeah, never mind. Yeah, you're right. Never mind. No Thunderbolt.
No, it would have been cool, but yeah, unfortunately.
Thunderbolt from life, though?
Yeah, right. Yeah. No, I think, man, this is very interesting how this has gone. I think Lord Richards has played this really well. Being able to get that start with Viola, getting all the information on the life, then slowly getting into, you know, your larger cards with the ramp. I like this 9K because if your opponent used Sabo and gave himself 2 2Ks to try and protect out of this, it's going to be very telling if he just counters. And I mean, either way, I do not envy BY here. This is so tough. Oh, this is
I almost
tough.
feel like, I wonder if you just kind of like take the life and put the Sabo to the bottom because you have another one in trash.
Yeah.
You've got a block.
Yeah.
It's definitely a sticky situation. Blocking first with that Sabo.
Yeah. I mean, you'd like to keep the it's not like the most important thing in the world, but you'd like to keep the Sabo in life. It doesn't really matter, but I mean, depending on what you have in hand as pudding here, you maybe overswing with the Katakuri, but he chooses to go 9. This gives a very easy counter out, but yeah. Oh, and a 2K. Oh, man.
I wonder if they play another blocker or something on the field right now just to be able to save at this point and kind of leave Luffy in that awkward spot of like, all right, you have 1 card in hand and 1 life. Can you get that life out and be able to cycle up your leader effect again?
Sure. I think a 9 probably gets this bottom decked, more than likely. Yeah, and then...
Might have another Viola with 2 Dawn.
Viola... Oh my
yeah, and
God.
another Viola hits the field.
It's so
Can't really
tragic.
do much alongside of it, but it's going to protect probably one of these Katakuris.
Oh my gosh. That's like...
Just a 2-card hand. Can the Black Yellow Luffy get back up to 9 or be able to go for, you know, the ability to hit for game?
Yeah.
Pudding's still at 2 life left.
Oh man. So you can use Luffy's effect. You get 8 there. 1 Dawn dedication. You got 2 9K swings. Then you're looking at maybe like Garp and Leader. That's about like your best options. 9K swing here. Oh, he goes into one of the Katakuris. Interesting. He just gives him a 0 cost event, I think it was. Did you catch that? I missed it a little bit. It got a little grainy.
No, it's cutting in. It was cutting in and out for me too. But
like
I do think I see a 0 cost. Yeah, a 0 for a 0.
Interesting. Interesting.
So definitely the 3 cards in hand are pretty important if you're throwing away a 0 cost on a 0 cost, I feel like.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm crazy.
Getting out of that first swing though is really important, I feel like.
It is, and that's why I was about to mention that I think it's a little scary that I don't know. Maybe only because he has 2 cards in hand that it's not that scary, but I was just thinking that using the Viola would have been maybe a little more useful because you then don't have to worry about the potential threat of like baby Luffy in hand, leader effect, get Rocket Luffy.
I think though that's still decent value if you do that. I think it's just like you want to force them to have it, right?
That's
at
fair.
that point.
That's fair.
And especially you've still got this block now right here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Another 9K swing potentially.
Yeah. Not having a 0 cost to worry. Well, not saying that it's not there, but just saying that the likelihood now is lower for there not to be a 0 cost. Oh my God! He
just
said
flips two 2Ks.
Two 2Ks to protect another one of the Katakuris. Oh my God! That is.
He's keeping those guys on the field.
Oh boy. Okay. Yeah. Sure. Yeah, BY is feeling the pressure right now. What is this? Kuzan? Oh, yeah.
The Kuzan draw.
I don't think that helps you here.
Yeah, I think it's going to be real tough. You can't play 2 babies at this point to get to 9,000, and you got 2 7,000 characters that are going to be staring at you in the face. Your only hope right now is just like leader effect, put up 2 bodies, swing 8 at the Katakuri, and hope that that last card's not a 2K.
Yeah.
Even though they could just block.
I think I think he could get 10, right? Yeah, you can get 10 because he's got 3 Dawn left, 2 on leader. So yeah.
Well, one would have to be one of those 2 cards would have to be a baby, or just attaching the leader and swinging.
For sure, for sure. Oh yeah, there's the block. We're just gonna see leader effect trashing a Moria. That's never something you want to see. That's sad. But 1 card in hand. I mean, this is mathed out.
Yeah, just go 7.
Yeah.
With leader, and then just go big with these Katakuris.
Wow.
All that life is going to go to the bottom anyways.
Yeah, 7 to life. That's going to the bottom of the deck. 7 to life, also going to the bottom of the deck, and the rest.
And a 15 with Pudding. We see Pudding. If you're tired of BY, right? You want to see Gecko banned from your locals, your local terrors. Just pull up with the Pudding Viola play.
Yeah, yeah. Oh man, wow.
Use it for the Treasure Cup this upcoming weekend.
That was actually really cool. Shout out. Oh my gosh, look at Lord Richards with his 10 moms with the SPs, and he just didn't find any of them. Like, brother, you didn't
need them.
You didn't need them.
Yeah,
you were cooking. Yeah, it would have been good in this game, no doubt. But wow, wow. All right, so like I said, I didn't really know how this matchup, typically goes, but that felt really strong for BY there. I think that's tough. I would have never expected the Thunderbolt, and then you just see the Thunderbolt, and you're like, oh yeah, I lose. Like, that's not good.
Well, I think what was the huge part of that game was the first, Viola, like all that on the Machino, right? The Machino was played on the field, rearranged the life, and even though the life wasn't really incredible, right? You had a 3 brothers bond in there, and like Garp and Nami. It's not incredible, right?
Yeah.
To be used against you. So just gaining that knowledge and being able to just be aggressive with those Katakuris really just paid off. And like that timing of the Thunderbolt that you said really was just the combo that won the game. But it all started with that Viola.
Yeah, no doubt. Like, Viola was like, let's find the pieces, and then it was kind of like the direct answer to Makino. I'm like, wow, like what do you do as BY there? You're like, yeah, I've got a strategy now, and he goes, nope, no you don't. Sets that all backwards, and you're like, oh, okay, that's cool, I guess. Afterwards, you end up seeing these very early plays that you wouldn't typically be able to see, you know, going first with the 6-cost Katakuri, and I mean, yeah, I think that the pieces he was able to see were just perfectly timed for the answers that, you know, Card D board was trying to present on the board state. So that was a fantastic game. I was actually really happy that we watched that, because typically I don't know anything about pudding, so I probably would have been scared to go over what, you know, was happening. But that was super entertaining. That was great.
It's nice. I keep a stack of leaders on the side of my desk, and I'm like, a leader I don't know. I'm gonna grab this real quick and learn what it does.
I need to do that, dude. I need to do that, because like I know what pudding did. It's just that I don't play it enough. That, you know, when you don't play something enough, it doesn't become like a typical mindset for you. It's not like a muscle memory of recognizing like, oh, this is what would happen in this scenario. So that's why I was interested to know, like, and you explained it to me, that scenario with him having one face up, one face down. How does, you know, that typically go over? So it's really interesting to see that. Yeah. Oh my goodness, and look at that. Lord Richards himself that just won, popping in the chat, said, can't believe I won. Have never played that matchup. Dude.
It seemed like you knew what you were doing. I don't know. That sounds like Cap.
Yeah, that Thunderbolt was oh my god, man.
But that's like really good recognition though, because you can expect Black Yellow Luffy to play a Sabo every single turn. So realizing at that point, oh, you know what? The Sabo actually doesn't have an effect on it right now, a protection effect. You can go in with that Thunderbolt, especially if you're at 3 life, right? Like you're chilling in the game.
Oh shoot, it's backwards. Dang it. But you get the idea, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, we just spectated Mr. Richards himself, DapperGames, the GOAT, taking it home with pudding right there. Dude, fantastic. That was I felt bad for Cardboard, man. I was like, oh my gosh. That, like, it just felt like nothing was going your way that game. That was a tough one, you know. But yeah, I think, ladies and gentlemen, we've got about, let's see, we've got about 10 minutes left in the round. What are you thinking? Do you want to bounce around and find another match real quick, or do you maybe just want to chat it up with everyone here in chat?
I was gonna say, I see a PRB Sanji versus Purple Luffy on table 10 that I have pulled up. I'm trying to see what like the records are of these two players. PRB Sanji, beloved to my heart. Oh, but I think the game actually just ended. Yeah, the game just ended. Dang.
Okay. It looks like Purple Luffy took it. At least I believe so. Yeah. But yeah, no. That was that would have been a cool match to watch too. Yeah.
PRB Sanji, I played it in like one of the Eggman events. It's very interesting, right? Especially with utilizing some of the cards that you don't typically see, like Wapple from OPO8. Like, do you know what that card does? Like,
no.
So Wapple, I think it's a base 7,000 or it's a 6,000 power character that you can play, but with the Sanji, you give it rush, and it has the ability to, when you're attacking, you can take 2,000 power away from a character on the opponent's side of the field, and you can add 2,000 power to Wapple. So it's basically like a 4,000 power swap. Oh. So there's a lot of like intricate plays of like battling different characters or just rushing down an opponent. Definitely like 100 to 0's Blackbeard.
Yeah,
I will say.
Yeah,
I beat a Blackbeard with 5 life. So it's like,
wow. Okay.
It's a crazy deck that can really pop off, especially with some of the cool rush cards and things like that you have in the format, or just really giving anything rush, right?
Right.
Even a vanilla, like a 7/9 vanilla, has value in the deck.
That's interesting. And MTG was saying in YouTube, pudding is highly favored into BY Luffy, honestly. So bad luck for board running into that matchup. Yeah, that's That's tragic. You know,
I was gonna say, yeah, because in that matchup, it seems like there's a lot of cards that would favor the putting, whether that's, you know, just ramping up to those big bodies where you life manipulate or something like that,
Yeah,
or just being able to get those Katakuris in. There might have been a situation where we could have seen the 2-cost Katakuri bring in another 6-cost Katakuri, right, with just 2 Dawn.
See, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking that card. Am I crazy in thinking that that card can also bring out 8-cost Katakuri?
Yes, it can.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
you have to. I think it's either you or your opponent
have to have the Dawn.
I have to read the card. Yeah, you have to have the amount of Dawn able to play the 8-cost Katakuri.
Right.
But point is, you know, you can play an 8-cost Katakuri, you know, with only 2 Dawn potentially.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. That's what I was expecting the whole game was the 8-cost Katakuri there, because that card is so good against BY. It's like, oh hey, put this in your life. Now I swing and you bottom deck it. Like, that's so tragic, man. You could play
so many cool combos.
Oh, the new 8-cost Katakuri that's coming too. There's like a purple 8-cost Katakuri that's coming out.
Yeah.
OP11, I think, or EVO2, one of the two.
You could do an OP11. You could do that 10-drop Linlin soon. With that when attacking.
Oh my gosh.
That's crazy.
I don't even want to talk about that.
Disgusting. We don't even have OP10 yet, but I'm over here thinking about OP11 all the time.
I know. Which is, ladies and gentlemen, can we get some hype for potentially good news coming with these starter decks that are coming out? They're apparently going to be, you know, launching globally with the East. So if that's the case, allegedly. Now, apparently, I trust my man Orange Samurai. He normally gets very solid information, and he found out through some distributors that that's the case. So if that's what's happening, I feel very, very good about potentially seeing a global release within a year's time, maybe, you know, closer to Worlds 3 or something like that. But in the near future, that might be around the corner, and that, to me personally, gets me super excited, bro. I don't know about you, but I want to like start deck building, you know, crazy stuff and like experimenting, not having a fully solved meta before we even get into it, you know?
You like going to locals and competitions, right? Before, you know, all that stuff.
Yes.
I totally get it.
It'd be so much fun. So I really look forward to that. But ladies and gentlemen, I want to chat with my judges really quick. Check with them, see how we're doing. It looks as though we've got a couple of matches that are still finishing up. We've got about 5 minutes left in the round, so we're going to take a little brief hiatus. We'll probably be back in probably the next like 10 minutes or so. So get yourself a nice little bathroom break, get yourself a little snack, fill up on that water, stay hydrated, ladies and gentlemen, and I appreciate every single one of you guys being here. If you haven't, again, I'm sure more of you that are here subscribe to Atrocious than you do to me, okay? But I need those that are not.
Who's that?
Yeah, who's that? I need those that aren't to go and check out my man Atrocious TCG on YouTube. You can type !Atrocious in the chat and it will bring up his YouTube channel. At least I know I have that set for Twitch right now. I don't know if I have that set for YouTube. I've been trying to get all of my commands on both, but it's a lot. It's a lot to remember when I'm putting in like 5 different commands at a time. So, but yeah, we'll be back in 10 minutes, guys. Much love, and get ready for round 3. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're pairing round 3 right now, so everybody's getting their tables up and running. I think we've ran this real smoothly so far. I think we're moving quick. Everything's going really well. But speaking of, that's from my point of view, okay? It seems as though we've got it figured out. I think the biggest trouble is always, for some reason, people figuring out the role in the Discord, which I didn't think would be that challenging, but I guess it's given a little bit of difficulty. But I want to hear y'all's feedback. So if you guys hear, see, suggest anything, please either let me know in the stream, but it would be even more helpful if you let me know in the Discord under the feedback section, because that helps, you know? That helps. It makes me able to do these events better. And, you know, obviously Atrocious over here is just killing it, looking handsome as hell. So, can't really complain about him. But I obviously need some improvements here or there. Oh, man. But what do you, dude? So we got a couple of games that we'll be able to hop through and kind of see what's going on. Is there a matchup you're maybe kind of looking for before we, you know, kind of start perusing?
I'm perusing right now, actually, jumping in between all of them.
Man, he's already perusing.
Try to find them. Yeah, I'm always trying to find the one match.
Guys, all right, so wait, chat, I need a suggestion. No, there's... All right, I know that the Dofi mirror isn't always, you know, the most sought after, but this is an incredible 2 players right here. Cody and Holden Miller. So Cody Angeloff and Holden Miller, a.k.a. Flyest Raven. They're some of the 2 best Dofi players in the game. Should we be watching this mirror matchup? Type 1 if yes.
I'll type 1.
Type 2 if no.
The Doflamingo mirror, although some people don't really like it, I think has a lot of like intricate matchups. Sometimes it just comes down to how many like laws that you see.
Yeah.
Right. Starter deck 17 law, but especially in the early game, it can be really interesting.
Yeah.
And have like a lot of finicky methods.
No, for sure. All right, so I'm getting actually like a very split reaction. Twitch is mostly yes. YouTube is very 50-50. They're like 50-50 yes, 50-50 no. I don't think that we're going to be getting a pairing like this for a while. So I actually think that I think this is just, these are 2 of the best players that play this deck. So I think this is the time that we can get a Dofi mirror, you know, and really get a good Dofi mirror. So I think table 5 it is. Let's go check it out. Yeah, so we got Cody and Flyest here.
Oh, Cody's playing Red Purple Luffy?
Oh, never mind, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, you thought you got debated.
I got super debated, ladies and gentlemen.
I've debated in chat.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, sweet baby Jesus. It's not what we thought. Okay.
That's what happens when you assume.
All right, so it's a Dofi versus Red Purple Luffy. I'm going to have to adjust the names and everything really quickly, so just give me a second on that. We're going to get that figured out.
Still is a very interesting matchup, I feel like, in a couple different situations, right? Red Purple Luffy being a 6,000 power body, right? It's going to be at least 1 Dawn to commit inside of it. And it's relatively close, right? It's about a 45-55 matchup. I think Doflamingo favored. So we're going to see if maybe, you know, Cody can hit on that 45 side, or maybe the 55 side for him, right, to try to get out of this winning matchup. Gonna have to see a couple cards, gonna be able to ramp to the big bodies. If the Silver's Rayleigh is in the deck, right, it's gonna be huge in this matchup. Dragon also pretty big, but getting the odd curve right now, looks like the Cody is going to be going first in this one.
That's
and
solid.
With 2 Dawn starting off with Teach.
Yeah, that's the start you want to see. That's the start you want to see. Starting off with Teach here from Holden, and he is, you know, I'm interested to see what we see here. Okay, so this is just the event that we get to ramp a Dawn. I've been seeing people running this instead of the, what is the 4-cost card? Oh my gosh, why am I forgetting the name of it? It's
lead performer.
Yes, lead performer. Yep. So I think the battle here for Cody is going to be, you know, can you dodge essentially the pudding? Like, the pudding's going to be the biggest threat, you know, because you need to counter out, but at the same time, like, you also need to have sort of a sizable hand because you're such a low life leader, and you know that's such a tricky card to play around at all times. So we are going to see the teach effect, though, giving an extra Dawn to Doflamingo here, allowing himself to be able to swing 8, use whatever effect. If I had to take a guess, I would imagine he put a Weevil to the top, or maybe a Jinbei into Weevil type situation with an 8k swing. But again, I don't play Doflamingo nearly as well as Flyest Raven does here.
I could see also a Boa might be nice too, right? Anything that can establish a 6,000 power body to be able to keep pace, especially in the early game against the Luffy, is going to start out swinging 7, playing a Jinbei Law, actually. So Jinbei Law just going to put that Sengoku back and probably going to use the 1 Dawn left to be able to search with Sengoku at the end here, putting Luffy down to 2.
Sure. This is, man, that's interesting that Cody takes here. Again, you know, I'm scared. I'm personally just scared of
Sometimes you need to just embrace the pudding, right?
I guess so, man.
Just say it's inevitable, and you know what? I'm going down swinging.
Terrifies
because
me.
pudding is one of those non-searchable cards, right? One of the few in the Dofi deck. So especially with 2 Sengokus at the start of the game, no reordering whatsoever, there's a chance that that pudding could have gone down to the bottom of the deck, right? One of maybe the 2 copies, maybe 3 in this list. So is not all over. It's definitely not a card that is easy to find, and swinging 9,000 power there at that Jinbei, not worth saving, is just going to pass off the turn with 3 Dawn open.
Interesting. 3 open. Huh. I thought we were potentially going to see another event card there, but there's the pudding. There it is.
There's the pudding.
The threat.
And the pudding is not like super early, right? I think definitely that's a good time to play pudding, right? There was nothing played on the previous turn. You can assume that the hand is full of big giant boss monsters and maybe like some Gum Gum Giants, right, as well. So kind of just really resetting that hand right there. Gonna be nice, but maybe give something like Red Purple Luffy a chance to play in the next turn, right? Maybe like a Ben Beckman or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Ben Beckman's solid. I think we're going up to 8 Dawn, so you can ramp and potentially play a 9 cost as well. There is a world where an 8 cost gets played and leaving a couple active for Giant, but we are just going to see a little 6k swing here. It's probably just going to finish the turn with a 6 and then a 7 with leader effect. Taking the 6, probably countering the 7. This is normally where, oh no, that's tragic. Oh, now it becomes an 8, so 2 cards need to be given up. But again, he could have something with these 3 Dawn active, but he did have to shuffle those cards back in, so I'm not sure if that's really relevant at all.
So you definitely don't want to go to 0 at this point, so going to have to be a 2k, 1k, because you don't have any new gate advancement, right, with that power.
Yeah, yep. 2k. With the Sanji Usahachi. It feels like such a rough matchup for Red Purple Luffy, but that's tough. That's tough. If you do see a even 7 cost here, bro, like I'm just thinking of like what is the world where you don't feel terrible. Oh man, that's so tough. Also, not having the Zoro or the Helmeppo, or not Helmeppo, geez, the Mr. 2 Bon Clay to ramp in the early stages of the game. I mean, obviously the 3 cost event helps, but I think that a body on board could have been a little more helpful. 9 cost Luffy, though.
9 cost Luffy is going to be a good start in terms of swinging at these characters. More than likely, if this 9 is going at either Boa or Law, is going to take a KO unless you have some aggressive discarding. We already saw a 2k pitched from the leader swing.
Yeah. Yes, I think it's interesting that he's considering. It makes you very like aware that Dofi just might have a handful of incredible counter.
I mean, if you keep the body on the field, right, you might be able to push for game, to be honest, with the no Dawn up for like a Radical Beam or something like that. But ends up just letting the KO go.
Right. All right, so 8 Dawn here for Doflamingo. That's plenty of Dawn to work with. Cody does have, Cody does have a threat, but is it enough to get back into this game? I'm not sure. I've seen a few RP Luffy lists running the, I want to say it's the 9-cost Lin to try and, stay relatively healthy against Doflamingo. That could maybe be an option for the following turn if we are to go to 0 here. But I haven't seen every RP Luffy running that, so it's a bit of a niche situation. Yeah, we've got Sengoku searching out the top 5. This is like, what, the 4th Sengoku play with Law bouncing it back, or maybe 3rd?
I think it's the 3rd Sengoku so far.
Yeah. Ends up placing 1 card to the top here.
And I think this strategy that we're seeing from Doflamingo right now of not trying to hard focus on 2 Dawn is kind of one of those next level type things, right? You don't have to rest 2 Dawn to be able to use the Marshall D teach effect. Sometimes it's okay of just using 1. You don't have to force it in certain situations.
Sure. We're seeing an 8 from Pudding taking this. And then there's going to be an 8 from Leader more than likely because he's going to play the Boa here. Use that rested Dawn. Setting up the top 3. I think you have to have 9 Mom here. Oh no.
And just concedes. Can't get out of it.
Yeah, just unfortunate. I think this is just a terrible matchup. I feel so bad because, like, I knew for sure that I was like, oh man, I just want to tell Cody I thought that it was going to be a mirror, and like I wasn't trying to watch the RP specifically because I know that's a bad matchup, but man, feels bad, man.
We have lots of purple Luffy at the top tables right now. The first 3 tables each having a purple Luffy.
Interesting.
Right.
Okay.
Table 4 as well doesn't have purple Luffy. It's a Lucci BY on table 4. So that one's a
little rough.
Little interesting.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Table 2 is Lucci versus purple Luffy, and it's also Zent that is playing purple Luffy. This is like my purple Luffy idol, if you will. The man that the man that has shown me the way of.
And is that the cool custom leader?
It
right
sure
there?
is, dude.
Ooh, I wonder where he got that.
I know, me too. Almost sounds like a custom leader collaborated with Atakai TCG, the GOAT. Unbelievable.
Is that cereal right there?
That's serialized. Yes. All right, let me change up the just give me a second to change up the names here, ladies and gentlemen.
But here at this point, we got Rob Lucci sitting at 4 life. Going to be using leader effect, milling Jack and Gecko. So definitely 2 cards that you don't want to mill at this point. You can't play him this turn, but definitely in a future turn. That 5k swing actually putting the purple Luffy at 1 life at this point. About 6 cards in hand for the Lucci. 6 Dawn in general right now is going to be resting, I think, 2 at this point. We'll see what he plays down on 2. Looks like it's going to be the Uta blocker. So the Uta blocker is definitely a wave with the Lucci decks, right? I think I saw Vu playing it first, and Mr. Voodoo over there, and it's kind of gone on and off in these decks. A great matchup for different decks like Doflamingo, right? Being able to add another set of minusing on there, and still at 4 life, pretty healthy right now, especially with this minus, I think it's -4 or 5 at this point with leader effect Suru and the Uta. This Brook swing with 7,000 is going to be able to pop that Sangoro right there. And with no real big bodies on the field, this Bonclay's not really going to be copying anything valuable.
Yeah, I mean, kind of interesting that he Zent chooses to take there, but he has like 14 cards in hand, it looks like.
You gotta imagine that a 9-drop Linlin's coming down on this turn, right? I did just mention that there's no real big bodies on the field, Lucci not really having rush, so he's gonna have to invest a lot of Dawn to swing really high, even if there's a Linlin that comes down. So honestly, maybe that's just all part of the plan right now.
Yeah. Yeah, Lucci's got a low hand count, so I think there's 3 cards in hand, 4 maybe. Does choose to let the Brook go, or he's really thinking about it.
If you let the Brook go, then you really neutralize Bon Clay, right? Because what's Bon Clay gonna copy? The 2,000 power Uta that's rested on the field, right?
Oh, is it 2?
So
I thought it was 3. Is it?
It may be a 3. Either way, it's less than the Brook, right?
Yeah,
but 9-drop Lin comes down, pitching. I think that alternate art Law. 1-drop Law, so no bricks in hand to be able to utilize, and is really thinking about what they want to put at the bottom of the life. I kind of like the idea of putting Uta up there
for sure,
because I mean, you can't battle it with the leader, and it's a brick
for sure,
right? So at the end of the game, when you're going for game, it's going to be stuck in hand. So,
yep. So, he does put it to the top.
I think that's probably the top.
Yeah.
Based on how the life is laid out.
Interesting top. I don't know. I guess
maybe I
guess that's fair because at this stage of the game, you just don't want to give Lucci the potential removal that he needs each turn. So if you just put the Uta there, you're kind of like you're at least telling yourself like what to expect, you know. And I think with 8 Dawn here. Wow, he's really been aggressive in taking life. It's been pretty interesting.
Yeah, I wonder if he started out the game with a lot of kind of Lins, right? Because if you have a lot of Lins, that makes sense because you'll continuously heal yourself. But you're only playing, 2-3 copies in the deck, potentially? So
yeah, that's where it can get a little tricky. You know, you get a little greedy and you're like, uh-oh, hopefully I draw the Lins that I need. You know, and I think Lucci's kind of got a bit of a weird decision to make here. It's like, how am I going about this turn? Am I trying to develop? You know, if I don't have Moria, it just feels like a really bizarre turn. You know, you don't have a lot to swing with. You're kind of like, all right, I can develop maybe like a 5-cost Kaku or something. I don't think. All right, so 7. Interesting. I was thinking the way that he was looking at his Dawn that there was maybe a 5/5 in the near future, but 2 Lucci's going into the trash. Damn, he's going
to be instantly taking this life, not wanting to give up any cards. Really just trying to. I think he probably does have a chain of 9 moms coming in.
Yeah, Zen is the one guy that. Oh, he's doing it. This guy's crazy. I thought you would develop something. That's wild. This is actually this is solid for Purple Luffy here, actually.
Gonna do Franosuke and then also
the top player Sanji. That's a top
player Sanji. Yeah. That's the real flex. But 2K out of that swing is going to no development on the Lucci side of the board, as you were saying, and your Lin lives, right? Your Lin, your Bon Clay's still around. Bon Clay's a little tough right now, though, because I think now that Uta's gone, now it's really 2,000 power on that 1-drop there. But the body is there at least for when they eventually play like a Gecko or 9-cost Kaido or something of the sort, right? Because Lucci's probably eventually going to play a big body.
Yeah, I think it's more of a distraction. I think it's something that you're like, hey, you're going to have to get rid of this. And if you don't, then I have a threat, right? But with Lucci has a lot more cards in hand than I would expect at this stage with this board state. But 5 cards in hand, I mean, you're looking to 9 mom probably, I guess. So maybe just a 5 9k and then 9 mom, but you're not bouncing anything to life. You're probably just leaving it, unless he goes double blocker and he just lives that life. But because I tell you what, Zen is a bit of a madman. I've seen this guy do some crazy stuff.
I mean, he's got top player Sanji, so sounds like a top player, right?
Yeah, you know, I would say there literally are a few people that play Purple Luffy that I just, when I watch them play, they really have some extremely interesting decision making process, and Zen's one of those players. He makes plays that I normally wouldn't make, and it's because I think he understands the deck a little bit better. So going through, his head right now is like, he's probably thinking to himself, I know I don't die next turn, but how can I present myself like a winnable board state for turns to come, you know?
Especially with the Uta in the top of the life, right? You
Right.
got to imagine that when you swing, that's kind of a free take, right? And that might be something used against you to be able to get rid of one of your characters. So
Sure.
you got to be able to time this right, and you got to be able to produce bodies every single turn to be able to battle, right? Apply a ton of pressure.
Yeah. But they've got plenty of time. I mean, 19 minutes left on regulation. So they're just like, all right, 7 to the dome. So now I feel as though I'm looking at Zent and I'm going, okay, I see the idea. I'm going to see if it pans out. But, 7 tells me like, okay, we're considering some Luffy Taro nonsense here. There's going to be some Luffy Taros type situations happening. And that's what, at least me personally, that's what I'm expecting. He's got a lot of cards in hand. Not in any threat of dying. Ooh, interesting. I like this.
Looks like going to be doing a combo, right? Block and just pitch a counter to get that in the trash.
Yep.
To be able to maybe use a Gecko, Rebecca, Spandine, Lucci combo in the next turn. Might have Ice Age in hand.
Oh, whoa. Okay, now this I did not expect. Interesting. I like it a lot. He's got a ton of cards in hand, so he knows that he doesn't die, but he's forcing his opponent's hand. He says, what are you going to do? Are you going to, like, remove 2 characters with the Sangoro and the Mr. 2, but then you don't really get a tall swing? Or are you going to go all out, 15k to life, force me to have it? Yeah, I actually really like this. But yet again, this is why Zent's built different. He does stuff that I usually wouldn't do.
I think the only way that you'd be able to really get rid of those 2 efficiently is like double Ice Age on the Luffy Taro, Sangoro, and then Gecko, Spandine, or Gecko, Rebecca, Spandine, Lucci. Maybe if you've got, I don't know if they have a Spandam in trash, but that could be a nice thing to help you find a 2K potentially. But starting out with a 5K swing, it's going to have to be a lead. And then potentially using the leader effect for the -1.
Yeah, let's see where he puts the -1. So it goes to Sangoro, milling the Brook and a Rebecca. 2 excellent cards to... Well, Rebecca's arguably excellent. He's already got one in trash. You typically like to see the rest in your hand. But, yeah, putting that combination into trash is always fantastic. But I think he already had those cards. So actually a bit of a bummer. You would have liked to just see the Rebecca. I'm seeing like a Tempest Kick. Yeah, a Tempest Kick here. Gonna lower Sangoro down to a 1 cost. Gets another draw. We see an Ice Age Gecko situations very tough to deal with.
Looks like something.
Yep.
And yeah, there's the Ice Age. I was going to say already had 1 in the trash, but a second one comes down. This could go on the Luffy Taro. And a 2-1 on those costs is going to be the old Gecko play, right? We've seen this time and time again. Get ready to figure out what cards you want to put back in the deck because you got to put, 5 of them with Spandine Lucci?
Yeah. It's, 6. Yeah, because you do...
Was it 3 and 3?
Yeah, 3 CP with Spandine, and then... Oh, wait, does he? Wait. Am I crazy? Oh. Oh, no, he
He's
has
fine
enough,
right
he
now.
has enough
He's just
Luccis.
fulfilling...
No,
yeah,
I'm just thinking if he has enough CP cards in his trash.
And maybe if you want to use that Spandine first.
Yeah, you have
right?
to, for sure. Spand them first to put more CP cards in trash. There you go.
And there's one right there.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah, you're going to be able to grab this Khalifa, right? 2K off of that and be totally okay. Any worries about the number of CPs? Toss them aside because it doesn't matter now. Spandine definitely has enough CPs in trash to be able to use the combo.
That's so funny. I'm like, yeah, does he have enough? And I was looking, I was like, I think he's got like 3 or 4. That doesn't feel super great. And then he just goes, yeah, don't worry, I got 3 extra on the top.
But now you have to try to figure out what you want to grab. So grabs the Kaku. I really like this, right? You have to think turns in advance, right? You have to think about your future turns on how you're going to remove certain things off the field. And grabbing that Kaku, Kaku's great in this deck, in my opinion. I've said it for a while now. Being able to KO a 3 cost, especially when 5 cost Sangoros, stuff like that. Things that easy Ice Ages or Tempest Kicks can help you get rid of and fulfill that Kaku, requirement.
Yeah,
is, I guess, or I should say, with the 3.
no, for sure. And I think it's a heads up play for him. You know, thinking about the turn after. You know, Moria here is going to be getting rid of Luffy Taro and Sangaro. So what is your biggest threat for the following turns? You're going to have a 9k from Linlin, a 9k from Bon Clay, and you're like, okay, Bon Clay is probably easily going to die to like a Spandam or something like that. So what am I most threatened by? I'm probably most threatened by a some sort of blocker situation that stops me from going for game and puts my opponent even closer to being able to close it out. So just having like that base removal is really solid, but obviously it's one of the higher cost removal cards for Lucci. Like you have cheaper options being like the Brook, you know, Rebecca into Brook to play a little bit of offense and defense. So it is what it is, but I think it's a solid choice. You also, hey, come on, 1k counter, you can't beat that.
Especially with the requirements, right? You talk about Brook, you know, being efficient, and Rebecca Brook just being so good, right? It's played in so many different black decks. You do have to remember though that like the Brook has to make it a 0 cost. So how are you going to get it to 0? So especially if you're like low on hand size, I've already seen I think 2 Tempest Kicks hit the bin, 2 Ice Ages hit the bin, right? You might not have many more of those events that do the minusing. So just with the leader effect, you can get rid of that Bon Clay just with Kaku, right? And that is super minimal in a sense. So there's so many different ways for Lucci to go around and do these different possibilities of removal, and that's why the deck has been so good for so long.
Yeah, no doubt. Honestly, the biggest problem for me in this deck is Rebecca. Rebecca, if it wasn't in the deck, you would have to choose between going you know, removal based for like a Lucci play with like Helmeppo or something, or more defensive with having blockers in the deck such as like Borsellino or, you know, some other 4-coster lower blocker that Moria could provide, like a Nami or something. But Rebecca just gives you best of both worlds. You can do a little bit of everything, you know. You can oh my gosh, why am I forgetting the saying? You can, what is it? You can take your candy and eat it or something like that. Oh my gosh, I'm forgetting the saying.
You're going crazy.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, I have no idea.
No,
I have no idea what you're talking about right now.
Get your popcorn and still eat it or something. I can't remember. Either way, you get a little bit of everything.
That 9k Linlin swing going at the Lucci, taking out a threat right there.
Oh my god, have your cake and eat it too. They just said it in chat. I am crazy.
There we go.
And
you know what? Linlin getting the cake too, playing another 9-drop Linlin down right there, healing another life. And what are they going to put at the top or bottom, right? Or chooses not to do any of them, just passes off the turn.
Yeah. I mean, you're arguably starving Lucci here. Not really, but like there are 5 cards in hand. They just play...
I mean, the Spandam's not going to do anything on the field, right?
No.
Unless you commit multiple Dawn, like 3 Dawn to it. So I think that's fine to just go ahead and heal. Just keep the cards up, leave 1 Dawn open for the gavel that you have for the potential swings, and just ride it high.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we need as Purple Luffy here, like a solid, just slow turn from Lucci. We really do. If there is a slow turn from Lucci, you're not feeling like the worst you've ever felt. Oh boy, 9k. We you know,
the dome.
Yeah, 15 though. 15. Is he still baiting him? That's the question. I still wouldn't feel, even if I just go 15 with Lucci, I don't feel like I'm in like the worst spot ever.
Purple Luffy has about 6 cards in hand, I think, at this point.
Something like that. Yeah.
One of them presumably is Gum Gum Giant.
Yeah. Imagine he didn't have a giant the whole time, and he's just been.
I mean, that's one of the games that you play with the with any sort of purple Straw Hat Crew deck. Is just like Gum Gum Giant is such a good card and gives you so much value. As long as you have 2 cards in hand, you leave 1 Dawn up, you're playing a mind game with your opponent at that point. That's why, you see in Japan right now, like green purple Luffy is so good coming out of the gates in EBO2. That's why purple Luffy's been so strong. Red purple Luffy's nice. So many different of these purple decks.
Yeah, I think Giants made a big improvement to purple's more or less like economy of how they're able to stay alive but keep their hand size. Oh, I didn't think he would actually do it. He's going for it.
He's gonna call him on his bluff right here.
Wow.
And even if you do have a gavel, you still have to be able to pitch more cards in your hand, right? That only getting you to 9,000 power. You still have to find like 3 2Ks.
Oh yeah,
to get out of the swing. So is he going to find the 3 2Ks?
Ooh.
You see a 1K pitch. You hate to see that, but drawing the 2 cards, can he do it? There's 1. There's 2. And where's the 3rd?
Actually, I think he needs 4. Yeah, because that's 15.
Well, if he swings
15, 16. Yeah. Oh,
yeah, because he pitched 1Ks.
Yeah, no, 2Ks. So he went up to 9, and then it was 11, 13, 15, and then he gave him the extra 1K. So
I'm sorry.
cards,
Sorry.
Yeah. Oh.
I only know how to count in 7s with touchdowns. I don't know how to count, regular math.
Yeah. No, that's not great though. You gotta feel, I don't know. You gotta feel pretty rough right now,
and especially with the defense right now. Like, you gotta follow up with another 9-cost Linlin and like potentially KO this Gecko, but with a Rebecca on the field, like, are you going to be able to KO the Gecko? You do have 3 9,000 power swings that are coming without committing any Dawn whatsoever.
Yeah, sure. Oh man,
is attaching 2 though, so no Linlin on this play. Attaching 2, swinging 11. It looks like right here.
Yeah, this is still really rough because you know what this means is it means like we're trying to get rid of the Moria, like, so we're gonna focus it down with 3 really large swings with both Linlins and the Bon Clay, but then we're just relying on blocker. Like we're putting all of our faith on.
Yeah, might be playing a 5-cost Kid here at the end of turn, or maybe 2-cost Robin, or something. Nice little chum blocker.
Oh, he let it go. Oh my gosh. All right, so is it wait, Zent? That leaves Zent a lot of Dawn. That is actually very, very huge. If he
But it might be a strategy, right? You have a couple of these bodies on field, like Spandam we joked about is not really swinging, but could actually swing. There's no life left. So what you can do is you can try to bait them to go in life to get some removal effects, to where if they do play a blocker, you're going to have a way to get rid of it, right? And be able to swing out for the rest of the game.
Right. Oh man, I think double blocker here is like the greatest turn you can have if it's possible, but like it's a long shot to see that situation come to fruition. Like you're really I would love to see an Onami here personally. That's what I'd like to see. If you have
Onami would be nice to draw.
Yeah, if you have another Onami, if you have an Onami and like a Gum Gum Giant, I just don't see a world where you die next turn. But it's also could just be that you're cooked. So he's trying to math it out, trying to figure out what's the best way for him to go about certain things. We're gonna see a 7K swing go into life here. I would imagine Lucci just takes this, but he could potentially just blocked, just to maybe dodge the threat of 7-cost Sanji the following turn and just going all out for game. But
Going to be really interesting right here. How much do you commit? How much you give up? We know that there's at least a Kaku in hand, right? So that's 1K of counter, but I think is going ahead and taking this life right here.
Sure. Taking the life, no trigger. We're going to see a follow-up with the Linlin. Wait. I think he was... oh, no. Maybe he...
Yeah, forgot to swing with the Bon Clay first. If you're getting rid of the Gecko, right, you want to swing the Bon Clay, because if it dies, you lose out on one swing.
I I don't know. Like, I don't disagree with, because when he started with 11, I was fine with him not swinging Bon Clay. I just didn't expect the Moria to die off the first rip. Wow, he's even taking this. This is actually a little surprising for me. And the Onami.
There's an Onami, like you said.
Yeah. So Onami, did he already draw?
Chose not to do the draw, I think.
Wait, what?
2 cards in hand, 1 Dawn.
Wait, am I crazy?
Because don't you have to Dawn -1?
No. It's only if you're at 8 or more Dawn. I'm trying to think why. I'm trying to maybe consider why he wouldn't do that here.
Maybe he didn't want to trash one of the 2. Because don't you have to
Finger
trash
pistol.
1 first and then draw 2?
Yes. But that's why I would still be surprised. Oh, I guess maybe.
Maybe it just didn't feel like trash one of the 2 cards that he had in hand first.
I guess it depends on if he has... No. Okay, so he just had counter. So I guess it was... Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Let's see what he would have gotten. He would have gotten Sangoro and... No. Okay, so he wouldn't have gotten the card he needed anyways. That's a tough call. Man, finger pistol there too. Yeah, it just felt like Lucci had the all the nuts there, you know? That's a tough one. That is a tough one, you know? That's one of those situations where I guess you can't have your cake and eat it. Okay, I'm gonna stop. I'm so sad that I couldn't remember that the whole time. It was bothering me. Oh. Jake, you there? Uh-oh. Jake, you there? Oh. He's back.
Hello.
We're back.
Did the end of the game happen?
It did.
Tell me what happened.
Yeah. So he ended up using the... that's crazy. You were frozen that whole time. I legit
He used Shagan.
I thought
I saw Shagan take out the Nami.
Yeah, and he swung for 11, and he just didn't have it. He didn't have the giant. Yeah.
Fainted the giant in hand.
Yep.
Yeah.
Tragic.
That's one of the things that you have to do, though, I think, against Purple Luffy, is sometimes you have to call the bluff. Right? Because it's so easy to bluff. You play so many different 9 costs in that deck, right? With the Secret Rare Luffy, the 9-drop Linlin. It's not unconventional to just leave 1 Dawn up at any time in the game. So sometimes you just got to call it out.
Yeah. That's tough. I mean, honestly, I felt as though Zent was playing really well for what he had at the beginning. I would have loved to see how that game started, because it's like he went to 0 in no time. Like,
yeah, just constantly using leader effect, right?
Yeah.
Taking all the swings. I wonder if he like started out with all those Linlins in hand, just had no counter whatsoever, because we saw him play a Luffy Taro Sangoro combo, right, as well in that game. There's a lot of bricks that he could have had in the hand and just been like, well, I gotta take this. Oh, I gotta take this. Oh, I gotta ramp.
Yep.
You know.
Yep.
Sometimes that just happens with Purple Luffy.
You know, and it's funny that Cody, you're in chat right now. I was literally talking about this earlier. I felt so bad because, like, one, that's just a bad matchup. It's not a great matchup for RP Luffy. But I was talking both of y'all up like, oh my gosh, these are the best, like, Dofi guys. It's going to be a Dofi mirror.
It's a Dofi mirror.
It's a Dofi mirror. I was like, this is going to be a crazy game probably, right? We hop in. I'm like, oh, it's RP Luffy. No. And then you were like drawing brick after brick, and pudding didn't help, and I was like, oh man, this is rough, dude. I feel bad, bro. It was just bad timing. Yeah.
It just happens.
Oh, didn't matter, but isn't Nami mandatory? Maybe. I don't know.
Let me look it up. I got TCG player pulled up.
I'm not sure. Wow, are you throwing out the Zensa cheater accusations?
It does say if you have 8 or more Dawn cards on your field, trash 1 card from your hand and draw 2 cards. It doesn't say trash up to 1 and then draw 2.
Mandatory.
Yeah, it looks like that it is mandatory. Yeah.
Interesting.
I don't think it would have made a difference, but that's interesting to
That's
know.
wild that I did not know that.
Come on, purple Luffy guy.
It's actually wild. I did not know that.
You got too much simulator doing it for you.
Yeah.
No.
Literally zero clue that was a thing. That's funny.
No, that's all right. I didn't catch it either. But I only play Nami, so I'm not really playing One Piece.
Oh, what a filthy Nami player. I'm just kidding.
Unban Kabaji. Do it.
I love your hoodie. It literally has the unbanned Kabaji. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, the next time I come back, I was actually getting, like, my wife was getting this out of the dryer because I'm stupid and I forgot to wash it before it got here. Or no, excuse me, not before it got here. Once it got here, I forgot to wash it. And so I literally was supposed to be wearing this at the start of the stream, but I have the DapperGames, and it like literally the t-shirt that says keep it dapper, and I'm over here like, well, how did I forget to wash it? You want to know why? It's because I was spending like 4 hours checking everybody in that wasn't registering their deck. So I love you guys. Are there any meta stats what leaders are played? So I'm going to be honest with you. I would have loved to have those stats for you guys at the very beginning, but we had so many last minute like registrations and everything that I didn't have the time between the Super Bowl yesterday and all this, like getting all of that stuff done today. So
Wait, there was a Super Bowl yesterday?
There was, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I barely watched. No, I'm just kidding. No, yeah, I definitely want to in the future have like a full breakdown of how many leaders are in the tournament, all that good stuff. But I unfortunately just don't have that. Fairsloth is saying, will the players from table 2 please return to their table? So if you guys are listening and you were playing at table 2, which would have been
Patrick and Kevin.
Yeah. If you guys don't mind returning to your table at table 2, that would be fantastic. Looks as though they've got some stuff going on. All right, so hold up. Ready to put. Oh, okay. Interesting. All right, sweet. Well, let me, guys. We're gonna take a little quick intermission. Just gonna chat with the judges really fast, and then we're actually gonna be pairing up the next round like pretty much immediately. So we're gonna have back-to-back all the good stuff, all the content right after one another. So just give us a minute. We'll get it figured out, and then we'll be right back. All right, y'all. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting set up for round 4 here. We've got a couple of things figured out, so we know what the top 8 decks are, and my man Jake over here does have that info to share.
So it looks like there's 3 decks that have 2 each in the 8 undefeateds left within this one. There's 2 Dofis, 2 Luchis, and 2 red purple Luffys. The other 2 slots in there is a Shanks, which I think we're going to be showing on screen in this match, and the Pudding still undefeated.
I love to see it. I love to see it. I was like, yo, what in the world is going on, dude? And it's so cool too, because like, so the Pudding player, Lord Richards, is quite literally Mr. Dapper Games. Like, it's
his tournament today.
Yeah, and it was funny because there was 1 spot left, and he was like, "Hey, I might have the ability to make it in. Do you still have space?" And I was like, "Dude, are you kidding me? Like, come on, we need to get the GOAT himself in here." And
it's not scripted content, but it's written in the stars.
Yeah, it's true. That's true. Oh, that's funny. All right, so we do have what is it? Shanks and RP
Shanks and red purple Luffy going up in this one. And it looks like Shanks is going first in the matchup, right? We see right here. Let's see if they have an Uta play to play on the first one.
Let's transition real fast. Beautiful. All right, and I just need to update the Shanks.
And it looks like had no play on that first turn. Red Purple Luffy just doing the same of draw and passing, no 2 Dawn play. And Shanks going in now, swinging 8 to start off the 3 Dawn turn. Luffy going to be taking his life, going down to a quick 2, and we'll pass it off. The cool thing about this matchup, though, is every time the Luffy leader swings right, Shanks can use that leader effect to put him back down to a 5-life leader. So could be an interesting interaction within this game. Red Purple Luffy using the lead performer now on the 4 Dawn turn, ramps him up to 5, but leaves 1 Dawn open as he swings 6 right here.
Yeah, could still bully and then potentially play out like an Anami or a Law. We do see the Nami. The tough part about Red Purple Luffy for me personally is that the deck has such a wide variety of top end that just playing out Nami feels really tough sometimes, because it feels like you're bottom decking some of your most useful pieces, like your 7-cost kids, your 8-cost dragons. You might, if you're running the 9-cost Linlin or the 9-cost Newgate, that's getting bottom decked. Your 10-cost Shanks as well. It's tough. It's tough because it feels as though a lot of times you really do need to see those pieces in order to, exceed well, especially in this matchup where, Shanks is a brutal deck to play when it sees all of its top end.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a shame that in 9 sets we don't have great top end for the Straw Hat crew, Ryan. What are we doing here? But Shanks playing that Yasop and now swinging 6. Going to be really nice for Shanks being a 6,000 power leader for the rest of this turn. Just a nice 2K out of that one. Not a 1K. Very interesting, maybe tell of the hand right there.
Yeah, it's tough because, like, your 1K could be, your blocker queen here. It could be your 4-cost Bon Clay, and you need those cards. Like, you need your queens for later. You need your Bon Clay for now, just to get to the places that you want to be in the later stages of the game. So it's a little tough to want to give one of those 1Ks if you only have a single copy of it in the hand, Yasop though. Yasop, man. This is like, that's the card that I genuinely hate playing up against in the Shanks matchup. It could be very tricky. Oh,
yeah, very nice. Just using a 2K Hongo to get out of there.
I like it. Ben Beckman.
Ben Beckman getting rid of that Yasop now.
I love it.
Clearing the board for Shanks at this point. 2 life to 4 right now. Shanks now going up to 7, I believe, on this.
Yeah. 7 Dawn here. Not going to be able to remove the Ben Beckman the same way that, he just did, because it will not fall into that that power range, and you just don't have enough Dawn to get there. But you could just play another Yasop, you know? Why not?
Playing the Yasop on the field would put you to be a 6K leader, right? And that's exactly what's going to happen. Luffy predicting it right there. Again, not scripted content, but playing the Yasop, you've got 2 Dawn left to work with at this point. Just going to attach the leader and swing 8 yet again. Already gave you a 2K for a 6K swing. And look at that. Red Purple Luffy going to be taking this, going down to 1 life at this point. I think you're in a pretty decent spot as Shanks right now.
Yeah, definitely. It's scary as RP Luffy because, you know, going to 0 is never where you want to be, specifically because of Gold Roger or something like that. It looks as though he did point at his leader and do a leader effect here. So bringing his leader down to a 5K, which isn't going to get over that Yasop. 7 easy 2K counter out. So Shanks wants to stay healthy here, get to the late game with plenty of life, and it looks as though Luffy's just gonna ramp to 10. Do we have like the 9 cost Luffy here to maybe get a little aggressive at the life, keeping 1 open for Giant? And it looks as though there is 9 being rested, and it's Lin. Okay, so that's fair. We're gonna get rid of Yasop. It just slows down the game a little bit, brings you back up to that 2 life position that you might want to be in. I think that's fair. Is he going to eliminate? Yeah, he is going to put the Yasop down to the bottom. It's a weird consideration because, like, you could just leave it on the board considering your opponent is going to 9, and it kind of they probably wouldn't have too much to swing over with it. Like, I don't know, just me thinking they're more than likely going to play out like an 8 or 9 cost card here. Yeah. Oh, thank you to Catface for the 69-month resubscription, by the way. Good Lord. Just had to shout that out real fast. Love you, Catface.
Just as nice as this dragon coming down on the field, am I right? Putting the 2 Dawn onto the Shanks. Going to be swinging an 8-9 at the Luffy. So back up to 2 life. Going to be taking this one. Interesting not going at the Ben Beckman, right, trying to clear, but being back at 5 life as the Shanks, you really just want to pressure the hand at this point, force a Gum Giant right here. Going to be using that, and I think you still have to pitch a card from hand before you start drawing cards. Got to make sure you do that.
Or I think he did the Dawn -2 first, am I right? Yeah. Okay, so, and he got rid of Gold Roger. Interesting. I haven't been seeing Gold Roger in a lot of RP Luffy lists, so that's actually pretty interesting. And if it is ran, it's typically like a 1-of or something, but I like it.
Probably not something. I feel like when you see like Yasop in the list, you're probably not playing like a Silver's Rayleigh blocker, so maybe not necessarily something that you'd really need to worry about in that win condition. Although I will say 13,000 power rush is pretty good.
Oh yeah. I would concur with that. So he gets out of the 7. Are we going 9? Yeah, 9 to life here. What are we feeling? We still have leader effect to go to 10 if we'd like to. That's what I really love about Red Purple Luffy with Gum Giant specifically, is because you can play these Dawn minus cards and still leave 1 open for your Giant, and then it's like you never really had that issue once you go to the next turn, because you just go Dawn -2, which puts you down to 7, ramp back up to 9, leader effect back to 10, and it's like, yeah, all right, that never happened, we're good. So I love that about this deck. I think he's got a lot of options that he could go for here. Dragon's obviously a bit of a threat, but if at the same time, if you're sitting pretty with another Giant in hand, and you feel confident that you can get your opponent to 2 life here, is he gonna rest 1? Interesting. Another Nami. Okay.
Going to be using the Nami. Maybe try to look for another Gum Giant, right? If you've got a dragon, you'll be able to still have 1 Dawn up on this one. But Radical Beam, honestly, a pretty good card too.
Yeah. Cannot complain about that. Let's see. What are we resting here?
It's like resting 5, maybe playing a kid blocker right here. Queen's a pretty good one, right? Going to be able to draw filter a little bit with that draw 2 on there. Really trying to set up your hand to be able to stay on the defense and not lose right here. And there goes a 10 cost Nika.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with it. it pains me to see that card go because it's such a good closer. But we have 4 Dawn active. I'm interested to see. Does he just pass? Oh, interesting. That feels a little out of place. Like I think there should have been maybe a little more dedication to the leader swing or to the Ben Beckman swing if this was how we were going to play out the turn, because then you could have at least put your opponent into, you know, a potential lethal spot being at 2 life.
I wonder if maybe he was trying to look for like a 9-cost secret rare Luffy, right? To go in with a rush. That's why playing that Nami first. And you still would be able to have 1 Dawn after doing the Dawn -1 and then leader effect on it. So,
sure.
But gonna be starting out with this 1 Dawn first and a Gum Gum Giant, right? Gonna be going up to 9, drawing, or I'm sorry, 10. Yeah, because Luffy's a 6K leader. Going up to 10. I almost would have liked to see Radical Beam instead of this, because now you still give them the information that, oh, Radical Beam's in hand.
Absolutely.
Right?
That's exactly what was going through my head. I was like, why? I mean, I can understand to a degree, because if you do play it this way, you're kind of like, now your opponent knows that it's a lot trickier to go for game at least. But this Shanks complicates things. You know, this makes attacks at life a little bit harder. Your Lin Lin is still very powerful, but your Ben Beckman is now a very simple 2K out, rather than having to use leader effect. So, this is a tough one. I think you get 2 6s though, which is great. As long as you're always 1K over Shanks to, you know, dodge that leader effect, it's still fantastic. So, I think he should be very happy with where he's at the moment. It's just going to be a matter of what he's able to do this turn to answer the terrifying board that his opponent has.
And so not playing any Dawn on these characters, right? Gonna do an 8,000 power swing. Gonna be 2 2Ks, right? Could have, or no, had to be 2 2Ks.
No, I think it was
right,
a 2 and a
5K
1,
leader.
Right?
I think it's a alternate Sanji and an Otama. Alternate 2-cost Sanji that he just pitched.
Oh, okay.
Because the 2 and a 1 wouldn't be able to get out of that swing unless you use leader effect, I guess.
Yeah, but I thought that's what I thought I saw him.
I don't think he noted 2 leader effect. He's been noting to his leader.
Yeah. That makes sense. Well, the way that this turn has been played so far, it feels as though RP Luffy is going to be playing a little more defensive and is just trying to get cards out of hand. So we see a 7 to life. With 3 in hand, I feel like there's no way Shanks doesn't take this, right? So, yep, going to 2. And now with 7 Dawn remaining, looks as though we're going to see 4 being rested. Or no, 5, excuse me. So another Queen. Yep.
Just going to be doing a lot of draw here in this game.
9-cost Luffy. Okay. And then leader effect to go back to 4. Is it passing with 4 open again? Because if so, I'm not a huge fan. I just think that you could be pressuring life a little bit more here. You know?
I mean, the difference between the 2 boards right now is you're not really developing the board at a certain point. Like, yeah, you get a Queen on the board, you get a nice blocker, but Shanks is playing 10-cost Shanks. 8-cost Dragon, right? Every single turn to continue and apply pressure while you're just having the same 2 bodies on the board.
Yeah, and I think that Shanks, with like a Rayleigh play here, it just becomes very, very tricky to try and win this game. So that's why I don't know, there just feels like there was a for sure way to be getting our opponent to 1 life here. But I could be wrong. I think RP Luffy's got, you know, a lot of tricks up his sleeve. He also has a ton of cards in hand. So he is, he's not dying this turn. That's for sure.
And we know that one of them is Radical Beam.
Yeah.
So it's like, if you need to go for characters, right, with these different bodies on the board, because if you just allow like the Lin Lin and the Beckman to swing next turn, that might spell trouble.
Yeah, no doubt. I thank God he's not playing up against green though, because like it feels like he looks like he's trying to compete against green with like a playing up against why am I forgetting the name of it? Hody Jones. But we see the Silver's Rayleigh going into The board, I think this was probably Shanks's best play, and this is going to be a really tricky one for RP here. It does KO the queen, and then the -2 is going to go onto the Linlin. I think this is interesting because now Linlin's a 6, Ben Beckman's a 6, or maybe he's considering doing the Beckman.
I think I would have liked to see the KO on the Beckman, right? Because if you leave the queen on the field, the queen is -1 on the 5. And if they choose next turn to swing with their blocker, that's a rested blocker right there and not an active one. So I would have liked the Rayleigh there, but now we're swinging, what is it, 10,000 power with the dragon at this point. It's going to cost a little bit more than a radical beam to get out of this one. We'll see if he does it or takes the life.
Oh, you know what? That's a really good point that Hungry brought up. I wasn't even, again with the giant though. I mean, maybe he wants to see different cards. That's what I'm assuming, because he's still leaving the information that Radical beams up. But he brought up a good point of saying, you only had to do the -2k onto queen because Shanks is on the board. So Shanks would have been removed. Linlin actually would be like a 5k right now. But yeah. Linlin
and now it's
dead.
just deleted off the field.
Yeah, it's super dead. And what's this, a 6, I think? Or no, 7?
I think it was just a 6 because
Okay.
you did 8 for Rayleigh, 1 on Dragon,
Right.
and you had 1 Don left. Yeah.
Yeah. That makes sense. Oh, this is tragic, though. This is tragic. How do you survive and potentially end this game? I mean, your opponent only has 4 cards in hand. We know that Shanks can brick pretty hard. You have 2 guaranteed 6k swings. You have potential like Nika. Oh man, I think you start with the 6s. If a 6 connects, I feel like you just Nika, right? Because you know what the last life is. You don't have to be threatened by a Red Hawk to like end the game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. 2k though, not even using a leader effect. So now that 6 is starting to feel even. Yeah, even
Scarier
worse.
at this point.
Yeah.
But a 10 might, like a 10 cost Luffy might actually do a bit of damage. It just depends on how much you want to get rid of this Ben Beckman, right?
Yeah.
Like, do you want to keep it on the field? Are you afraid of dying next turn?
So like how we've been leaving 4 Dawn up the past couple of turns as RP Luffy, and like just imagine that was going to life. There's no way Shanks wouldn't be at 1 life right now, And I think that would have gave you a much better opportunity to be going for game. So I don't know. I feel like RP Luffy might have unfortunately put himself in a bit of a situation trying to like test with these early swings. And I hope that's not the case again here. But I mean, if it's the case again, leaving up 4 Dawn, we better have 4 rad beams this time to get out of some tricky situations, because you have a lot of powerful swings coming at you next turn.
Had split up the Dawn of 8 and 2 right before putting it back together. So maybe a Dragon coming in, but Dragon, you would just put it on the Dragon itself to swing. It doesn't seem like the greatest of game plans, I feel like, at this point.
Yeah, that's
definitely a tricky spot.
That's dicey. And you would have also loved to use the rested Dawn if that was the case. So I can't imagine that's the idea, but
I think I would honestly love to see a 10 cost right here. I think just going in with an all-in play. He's already given you 2Ks on those 2 swings right there. So being able to...
I don't think
No, you can't go for game,
no.
though.
That's why I'm saying if he was at 1 life...
Because it doesn't have rush.
He would have,
oh, you're right.
Yeah. If he was at 1 life, it would be so much better. But unfortunately... Oh, the Sanji?
Sanji just doing the Dawn -1 to get the rush. Still leaving 2 Dawn open, right? Is going to take a life right here and is going to really force the Shanks player to win the game. Using that leader effect, getting 3 up. Could be Radical Beam, could be another Gum Giant. We've seen so much draw and so much filter in this stage of the game, this late era of the Luffy. And honestly, like, if you, with 2 of these guys on the field, if he tries to go for game right, and you use 2 Gum Giants, yeah, you lose out on 4 Dawn, but you'd still have those 2 characters on the field to try to hit for the finishing move, right?
Yeah. Man, this is. I don't. Does he survive? Like, is there a way to survive here?
I think there is a way to survive. I'm not going to sit here and say it's an easy one, but
Yeah.
I definitely think the math really matters at this point. I mean, we have a lot of cards in hand, a lot of potential to do a lot of drawing and a lot of getting out of stuff. I think it's just 2 Gum Giants gone at this point, so 2 are still available.
Yeah, we know of 1 Rad Beam. There's got to be two Giants. So please just use the Rad Beam here, bro. We all know.
I like the 10K swing.
Yeah,
I like the
perfect.
10K swing right here. It's going to require at least 2 cards. So here's one. Is it giant?
It's giant.
Oh, it is a giant. So another giant's coming in.
Oh my
He's going
God.
to draw more cards, right? He does
Bro.
have to pitch one, so we'll see what he pitches. And he pitches lead performer. That's a brick. So hopefully draws some counter right here. Looking for
That's
Usohachi.
crazy. Dude, I would have.
Does have to get rid of one more card, I think, right?
Yeah.
Because they've matched at 10. Maybe thinking about what he wants to get rid of.
My man, he should have just.
I think he's got to get rid of another card. I think he only did the giant, which puts him at 10, right? Unless I'm missing something.
Wait, what am I?
Rayleigh swung 10. He did Gum Giant. Only pitched.
Oh, did he not? Oh.
Yeah, I don't think he pitched another 1K.
Hey, quick question. Did you counter to, I know you used Giant to counter to 10K. Did you use a 1K as well? I didn't see.
Oh, wait. Did I?
Yeah. A 1K for, I saw that you trashed that. No, you're good.
Yeah, if he just pitches a 1K and handed fixes.
There we go.
Yeah.
Yep, just wanted to
Easy
correct
result.
that.
Yeah,
And now go in
no
and
worries.
counter out of the next 10 that you've got coming your way. Yeah.
I didn't even, sorry, I wasn't even paying attention. I was looking at my side monitor. I didn't even realize that. So great eye. Thank you for letting me know that. So that
Yeah, and so now we're dealing with the 10K Dragon Swing, and we're in the same situation where we have to get rid of 2 cards, right, to be able to get out of this. You're really trying to just battle out, but even if it's like the 12K Shank Swing probably taken alive, can you get around another 12K Shanks from leader? Right, it's gonna be really, really tough, but you got to get out of this swing first before you think about some of the other swings.
Yeah, I don't even think you can consider taking here because, I mean, you'd be getting out of a 20K from Shay.
Yeah, you'd have to. You definitely need to hold on as long as possible. And I think if you've got the Radical Beam and that's the only event that you have, yeah, there's the Radical Beam. Have to get rid of 2K Sanji. You hate getting rid of another 2K instead of a 1K. But that's just how it's got to be right now. Gotta hope that you have another another Radical Beam and some other cards, right? But how many Radical Beams does Red Purple Luffy usually play?
I mean, I've seen some running like 1, some running 2. Oh, what?
Oh, but looks like goes for the Sanji. Maybe now swinging at the Ben Beckman. This is a crazy development at this point. Resting 3, gonna be. I don't even know what this card is.
Oh, this is Karina. Karina is a 3-cost 0. Let me bring this up really fast. So, Karina is a 3-cost 0 that's blocker. After your opponent declares an attack, you may rest this card and make it. Oh, that's blocker. Give up to one of your opponent's characters minus 2,000 during this turn. Yeah. So now the Ben Beckman is a 4,000 power, and he swings very strongly into the Ben Beckman. Yeah, I mean, like, that's
with the Namis on the field only. Yeah, with the Namis on the field only being a 1K, are you really going to attach to those like crazy to stay alive? Just passes off the turn. In my opinion, a little bit of salt to the wound right there. But this is a safer game plan if you're worried about a 4th Gum Giant, right? Being able to play a blocker right now kind of secures you for the game, unless maybe like 7-cost Sanji comes on the field, but that's most of the Dawn from the field because you're only at 9 Dawn right now. Beater effect puts you at 10. If you play Sanji, that's only 3 left.
Yeah, I think the only way that you can make this work is with a 7-cost Sanji. I don't see another world where you somehow get there.
I'd be asking my opponent, how many 2Ks do you have in trash at this point? I think there's about 5.
There's a lot in Shanks' trash, I would say. He's countered out 2K quite a bit. Oh, don't do it.
Just gonna swing a 6. Really just testing the waters right now, saying, you know what?
Dude,
What
has
do
he
you
got
got
another
going right
2K?
now? Especially, and looks like
Oh, leader effect.
leader effect
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
and 1K doesn't really show anything in the hand at this point. Definitely kind of like this reaction to it at this point right now.
Ooh, you know what? Oh, I think I know.
Oh, 10 cost time.
I know
10
what
cost Luffy. Here
I know what he's
we
doing.
go.
I know what he's doing. So we're KOing the board. We're removing all the Dawn, right? We're gonna pass. We're gonna get a new turn. Okay. So with this, he has an opportunity, but it's basically gonna boil down to opponent's knowledge of the matchup, which is a bit of a weird one. So leader effect from Nika. I'm not gonna spoil it because I want to see if it's what I believe potentially to be. But oh, this is interesting. No, he was at
I think
9
the
Dawn,
downside
so yeah,
to
he
this
couldn't leader
play.
effect. Oh, where?
Gonna start out with a 12.
Ah.
That's an easy block right here, right? Like you just say, okay.
That's what I'm saying is like there's sneaky plays to be done here. There's very sneaky plays to be done, and I don't know if there's a potential chance that Shanks might.
Oh, he swung at the dragon.
Oh, okay. Well, that's not what I expected. Okay, what I was expecting here was maybe a 1-cost Diable Jambe, and so he's like trying to bait his opponent into taking life, and then he Diable Jambes for the win. But
Diable Jambe swings 7.
yeah,
But now just swinging 6 at lead, I presume.
yeah.
Is he gonna give him another 2K? Or wait, Shanks gets the leader effect back,
He
so it could be
should,
leader
yeah.
effect 1K.
Yeah, leader effect 1K here. Yep. And now, just passing with 2 active?
Another Radical Beam, another Gum Gum Giant right here to play on the defense. Gonna be really tough.
I don't even think there's a world where you still can survive.
No, I think it's cooked, chat.
It's gotta be.
But it was really cool seeing the 10 cost Sun God out on the field.
No, yeah. 100%. So we're gonna see it 12 to the dome. Taking that's gotta be it, right? That's gotta be it. 18K.
18 going in.
Yep.
No Gum Gum
Yep.
Giants
He had
right
a
there.
Radical
It did
Beam.
have another Radical Beam. Yeah. But unfortunately, too many 9-cost Luffys and other events in that one. Shanks claiming the dub.
Yeah, I will say that was actually a pretty back and forth match, but I genuinely believe that RP Luffy had the way to win that game, and it was with 6 Dawn that really unfortunately just wasn't allocated through 2 of those turns. I think just getting him to 1 life would have put him in a position that he could have used the 10 cost Nika. It also could have, just made his swings on board even scarier. So, yeah. So I know
I do have news on the pairings if you're curious on some updates of match wins.
Yes.
It's official that Doflamingo is not going to be winning this tournament.
Oh.
Both of the Doflamingos got knocked out. Pudding is still undefeated.
Oh, okay. So Lord Richards is still crushing it 4-0 right now?
And then one of the red-purple Luffys advanced, so we still have a red-purple Luffy in this match. I think was the other matchup into Doflamingo. So those 2 knocking those out, and we're still waiting on the Lucci mirror match at table 1.
Sure. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so both Dofis taking an L right there. Whoa!
Putting in top 4. Putting in top 4 in final 4.
Yo, Flyest, where are you at? Wait, that's why Flyest was saying Pudding is OP. He said Pudding is OP, but I thought you were talking about 4-cost Pudding. Holy.
Which is also pretty OP. I mean, we can't lie about that.
Dude, you know what's funny is I didn't really think about this. Lord Richards, I'm sure you're listening. Wait, what if you win your tournament?
Scripted. Everybody type
it's rigged.
Everybody type scripted. Yeah, rigged.
Oh my gosh.
But there's still plenty of rounds to play. Still 2 rounds at least after this one to go. And it's all going to depend on, I think, what putting matches up with, right? It's going to be at least
That's
one
great.
Lucci in the field, Shanks and red-purple Luffy. A lot of aggressive decks on the red, and then some black as well with the Rob Lucci. Can he take out those characters in a timely fashion?
Yeah. You know what would be really wild is if Jubby wins this Lucci mirror at table 1. He's going to be 1 game away from being in back-to-back finals for my events so far. He won the 32-player test event that we ran 2 weeks ago, and now he has a fairly good chance of winning, if he wins this round right here, of winning again top in a 64-player event. Very impressive. So happy to see, you know, all these players, you know, just like, I love that I'm seeing decks that I didn't expect to be doing so well absolutely crushing. So that's amazing. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, we all need to be rooting for Lord Richards in the chat, okay? Because he said that if he wins, right, he says, give it away. I don't want it. So
wait, didn't he supply the prizing? So is he trying to win all his prizing back?
No, the funny thing was is initially I told him, I was like, hey, you want to be a part of the event? It would be really fun. I was going to have a bounty on him. So for anybody that beat him, they were going to get like basically like winnings, right? But unfortunately, he was like, I don't think I'm going to make it. I have some stuff going on at work. And I was like, no worries, man. And then like literally, I think it was like 30 minutes, 45 minutes prior to the event start, he messaged me and he was like, hey, if you still have a spot, I'll hop in, but it's not a worry if you don't. And I was like, that is hilarious. We have 63 out of 64 people right now. So Lord Richards hopping in with purple, yellow pudding and just putting in work. Yeah.
So funny to watch that deck and so interesting, right? Not one that we usually see, so...
Yeah, dude, Fly is saying putting OP. Let chat have it or something. That's the thing. Dude, if you win it all, that would, 1, be hilarious. 2, yeah, we'll give out whatever your winnings are as a giveaway to the chat. I think can I get some W's in the chat for Lord Richards winning the whole thing, guys? And a box going out to the chat for giveaways? I think that would be pretty dope, right? Yeah.
It would be tragic.
Except for the Dawn.
It would be tragic if you hype him up.
He would get the Dawn.
Like crazy.
Yeah.
It would be tragic if you hyped him up like crazy during this point, and then he gets absolutely demolished next round.
That would be
so tragic.
We need to watch him now. We have to watch his next round.
Putting the pressure on.
Yeah, everybody's going to be rooting for Lord Richards like, let's go, dude. Get that dub. I want some free shit.
The Lucci mirror match that we have at table 1, though, looks pretty even at this point. Not really a clear-cut winner. You know, the typical Lucci games going back and forth of KOing characters, you know, taking a life here, taking a life there, stuff of that nature.
Oh, true. It's a little late to be hopping into a match so probably developed. Like a Lucci mirror, it really boils down to, like, you know, a lot of like what has been shown in trash. Can you do this, that, and the other? You know, is there enough removal left for me? How many events have they experienced? You know, all this other stuff. So I don't envy anybody playing Lucci mirrors. That is one mirror I'm happy to be out of. And the back soon screen would be nice, by the way. Oh, a timer on this. Okay, I got you, homie. Thanks for the suggestion. Let's do a little browser source, add existing, timer, bam. Let's bring that up a little bit. I like that suggestion. See, this is the feedback I want, guys. I want some great feedback like this. That's a really good call.
Only way to improve, right?
Yep, absolutely. Let's do that, something like that. Okay, perfect. So we'll keep the timer up there. Yo, what's up, feed? Yeah, unfortunately, sorry, no sound alerts right now. I apologize. Who do I even want to face next round? That's a great question. feed. Good to see you, though. Matt, hello. Pleasure to see you as well. Yeah, there is a channel in the Discord, though, for feedback. That is true. My lovely wife is correct in saying that. But, guys, while they finish up their round, I kind of want to get, like, a little... I just want to get a little bite of something, you know? Get a little nibble real quick. Maybe let my man Jake here, you know, go and walk it off real fast. Because, you know, he's been having to sit here and commentate these matches with me. I tell you what, it's crazy. Dude.
Yeah, I had to pull up Karina.
Yeah,
like I need to walk real quick.
Legit, like.
But it won the game.
Yeah,
it won the game.
It did. Karina goes crazy, dude. Well, Zamboni is saying, "What deck are you shuffling?"
Oh, I'm shuffling Blackbeard.
Ah, very nice.
I don't play Blackbeard, but I just have it ready because it's so cheap. I mean, I already own Laboons and Shigans, so that's why it's so cheap.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I like it.
Doing that and then a set of 10 Dawns sometimes. I always have to shuffle.
Speaking of Dawn, I don't believe I got them in today, but ladies and gentlemen, I should be getting them in tomorrow. My custom Dawn cards from Atakai are coming in, I believe, tomorrow. I might need to go check my mailbox one last time just to see if maybe there was a late delivery. But, yeah, those custom cards, they're going to look so good, dude. I am very, very excited. But, yeah, we're going to take a quick break, guys. We're going to come right back. There's only about 5 minutes left for the overtime, and then after that, it's probably going to be a very quick pairing. So, yeah, look forward to round 5, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll come back with the stats, letting you know what's still undefeated, and we'll see you in just a bit. All right, ladies and gentlemen, very, very successful mail trip. I ran to the mailbox, and it was cold. It was cold outside. It's like 32 degrees out right now. And yeah, I haven't even looked.
Dang, that's crazy. It's like 65 in Vegas.
Oh, really? Dude, it is pretty chilly here right now. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, we have the Dawn cards. They came in. So I don't think I have. What's the best way I can do this? I'm just gonna put it over my face, is what I'll do. Or actually, you know what? What is the best way I could do this? Just gonna. Whoa! It's crazy. Okay. Let's do. Yeah, I'm gonna plop it over me, and then that way Atrocious can take a look at it too. But, ladies and gentlemen, I've got the Dawn cards here. I haven't looked at them yet. I pulled them out of the bag, and they were just upside down. So, yeah, little sneak peek, if you will. But first one. Ooh, that's our participation Dawn right there. That looks so good. That's like or participation, I should say, top 4, top 8 participation Dawn. The non-winner exclusive Dawn cards right there. Dude, they look so sick. Whoo! Yo. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh, another. Okay, so another another top 4 non-winner stamp Dawn cards. Oh, that looks sick, dude. That looks sick. They look good. They look so good. Okay. That's crazy. That is crazy. Oh, another one. Oh my god. Okay, I don't think he... Oh, he did tell me he was sending me like quite a bit of these because it's for all the events that I have to get all of them. So, all right, we got another one. I'll put that to the side for now. But that means that this... No. Wait, this is another participation one. Okay, so wait, this one's got to be the gold one then. Oh, yes. That looks so sick, dude. Those look so clean. Holy. That's crazy nice. That's crazy nice. And you know what's wild too? Is that at the very end of all the winner, because they're going to be exclusive. These are the only winner ones of those that will be available. He made me a playset of my own TheLuffyTV that I can rock at locals. Yes. Yes. Atakai TCG crushing it per usual, dude. Per usual. Man, these look clean. All right. Oh my goodness. That looks so sick, dude. They look so good. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. Well, that's that. I just wanted to show those off. Those look insane. And it looks as though, let me hide this. Okay. It looks as though I think the next round is ready. Yeah. So Hex, if you can hear me, let's get it paired. I'm sorry to the players. I just wanted to open those on stream really quick. Sorry for the slight delay. Yeah. I just wanted to showcase those because they look so good, dude. Holy. Oh my gosh. That looks insane. Oh my gosh. Were you able to see them on the stream, Jake? Oh. Uh-oh. Maybe is the internet cutting out? Are we back? They do look really dope, yeah. man. Oh, these look so clean. They feel so good, too, just like holding them. They're incredible quality. Wow. Wow, he wasn't lying when he said just wait till you see them in person. Atrocious, can you hear me? We're set for 9:15. Okay, sweet. Yeah, Hex, let's get it. Let's get it. Atrocious, can you hear me? Oh. Let's figure it out. Oh, he's going to restart the PC. All right, sounds good. Sounds good. All right, we're just going back to me again. Hold up. Let's see if I can I go to this and will it work? Close enough. Close enough. They do look really dope, though. The dream of winning 10 of them is dead. You know, eventually there's going to be future sets of these, so don't worry. There's still a chance. There is a dream still. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, okay. Let me check something. Oh, you know what? I realize now that... Wait, where is it? Oh, no. Oh, no, I don't know what I did with it. Did I close the BCP? No? Okay, so... I'll just have to pull it back up manually. That's fine. Okay, we got the pairings. There we go. All right, perfect. All right, let's go to the game really quickly. I know my man's going to rejoin for the casting here shortly, but we're just going to go ahead and hop into the tournament right now. All right, sweet. And it looks as though I can start our timer. Perfect. Players are getting underway. We've got Shanks and Pudding. It looks as though Shanks is going to win the dice roll, so it'll be interesting to see what they choose for that. I would imagine Shanks might try and take... Maybe try and take first from this. I'm not entirely sure, per se. Just because I think Shanks has a pretty decent even curve as well. But Pudding's obviously a pretty great threat because you can just get to your even curve straight off of your second turn using your leader effect. Rooting for Pudding, yeah. Lord Richards. Oh, shoot. I got to update. See, I got sidetracked that I didn't even update the cards and everything. So let's do Pudding. Hey, are we back?
Hello, yes, I just got to pull up the match. I pulled up your Twitch stream on my phone. I was like, oh, he's watching the Pudding.
Yeah. Have to, dude. Have to. All right, and we have Shanks as well.
So looking like both players mulliganing right there. Who won the die roll? Did Shanks win the die roll?
Shanks did win the dice roll. Yep.
Okay.
And we have... I believe... I didn't know whether he was taking... whether he was taking first or second, but I assume we're going to figure out here pretty soon. So
it's definitely interesting with Pudding having the ability to ramp within the first turn of swinging on the game. So I think you really got to decide if you'd rather it ramp from 3 to 4 or 4 to 5. I feel like, right?
Sure.
Like, what are the different options that Pudding can play in that situation?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how Pudding really feels about this matchup, but specifically just thinking about it, I think that going first for Pudding feels really nice, but also going second kind of gives you that extra dawn to be able to swing 6 more often during your turns, but you're less aggressive and you're kind of answering your opponent's board versus being proactive about it. So
So we saw in the first turn for Pudding, yet again, no one-cost Pudding to play on the field. And we're going to start out with a 6K swing at lead. Going to be doing some ramping. I have a good feeling I know what's going to come down with this 2 Dawn.
Me too. Yeah, I mean, we saw something very similar start into the BY matchup, but a very quick 2K counter with Sanji there, and we are going to see the Viola. This is going to... he's choosing to use the second effect, which is flipping back down the 2 that were flipped up from his leader effect. So I believe he could have taken a peek at what his opponent's life was going to look like, and with Red not having any ability to alter that, I think that's pretty, pretty telling that you now have like really resourceful information for the rest of the game. But do we see that 6-cost Katakuri coming down?
The upside to that, though, is that you do have the ability to go ahead and ramp for a second consecutive turn right on this swing because you use the Viola to put it down. So still now at 7, going to be at 9 in the next turn for a 9-drop Linlin potentially. Going to be a crazy game, but first we have to resolve this 5K swing just using leader effect, I believe, to get out of that. And that 6-drop Katakuri, like you mentioned, going to flip that 1 life over and ramp 1 as active, leave it up, or maybe put something down to finish off the turn, but it looks like just passes.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember the name of the event, the 6-cost.
The Ragnarok?
Is that it? It's Ragnarok? Yeah.
I think it's something along those lines. I'm not caught up in One Piece. I really haven't even watched it, so.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. There's it's like a Big Mom Pirates type card, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe it's a 4 Emperors.
I think it's all 3 of them. I think it's Animal Kingdom, Big Mom Pirates, and the 4 Emperors, because it's a Kaido Linlin card, right?
Right. Huh.
We see Shanks right here on the 6 Dawn turn play. Yasop, that's another Yasop coming down on the field right now. Going to be a 6K leader heading into the swings right now if they decide to continue swinging right there. Do have that blocker up in that Viola, right? So if you don't want to play defense, does not attach the 1 Dawn. So it's just going to go in with the 6K swing. It's just going to be a nice, easy 2K to get out of this if you have it. And there's that Brûlée from the Katakuri starter deck.
Yeah. And unfortunately, I had the video flip problem again. It seems as though I'm just typically having this situation happen with Lord Richards. There we go. And now I've got it. Perfect. We're looking good.
And ending the turn with the building snake. I really like this building snake, right? Because if this Katakuri swings, you're going to be able to minus 3,000 that and really take an easy KO and looking like a new gate right now on this play.
This is a very interesting card to see Newgate here, allowing himself to be able to reorganize and look at his life here. And then I believe you have to draw one of them from life after adding one from the top of the deck. So it just allows you to kind of, hey, I want this card, which he could potentially take that 6 cost that he had face up in life, which I did look up is called Conquest of the Sea.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and Conquest of the Sea is a 6 cost event that doesn't have a trigger, so I feel like it's more than likely better for him to take, but I guess he just chooses to leave it up. But maybe oh, it's to the top of the deck that the 1 card goes to. Okay.
Well, maybe that 1 card that he ended up putting on the top of the deck, he just thought was more valuable, right, at the end of the day than the Conquest of the Sea.
Yeah, fair. I mean, the Conquest is like a Dom -2. If your leader has Animal Kingdom or Big Mom, KO 2 characters with a 6 or less. So a very strong removal card that would help get rid of not only Building Snake and Yasop here. But I'm trying to think of relevant 6 cost cards that could be like useful for that card to take off of Shanks's board. And I mean, realistically, Yasop is kind of the only one. I mean, you could argue Lucky Roo, but
Yeah, I think really just Yasop is the one that you're really only worried about at this point after seeing this deck, a little bit in the previous round. But now Shanks is going to have to go in and really think, do they want to give this card right away? How bad does he want to go into this Katakuri, right? Because you could do all the minusing that you want into this Katakuri. There's still a blocker on the field.
Right. Yeah, and that building snake, though, is going to make getting rid of this Katakuri so much easier, though.
I think building snake goes to the bottom of the deck.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's the bottom of the deck.
I don't think it's super relevant in this matchup.
No.
But hey, just a small thing. It's not really that important, but building snake goes to the bottom of the deck.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, no worries.
It's the good old Gordon reprint, right, from our Red Purple Law days.
Yep, all that fun stuff. It's not super important though, so like it's, like when is Shanks gonna get to the bottom of his deck?
I will say though, playing this Silver's Rayleigh, a really nice play right now, right? Doing the -3 on Newgate, doing the -2 on the Katakuri.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, and KOing the Viola is now going to be a free swing of 5,000 power over at this Katakuri. Really going to be able to neutralize that blocker. Really good play, I think, right there from the Shanks.
Yeah, the Viola obviously was a really big problem for BY in one of Pudding's early matches. So just having that kind of gone and alleviated for Shanks is really big. I'm not entirely sure what like larger blockers this deck might run, but he's really looking for that 10 mom now. If he's able to find 10 mom, like that's where you can potentially start running away with the game. And I know that he had like struggled to find it into the BY matchup, but now here we're just going to start with a 7k. I'm assuming into life so that you get like a 2k out of your opponent's hand, or you could potentially get lucky and get yourself a nice little life there, which it does end up working out. 8 for
is going to take that.
Kata?
8 for 8 drop.
Yep. Oh, we're
8 drop is going
Rayleigh.
to. Oh, I like the Rayleigh in there.
Yeah. I think putting it to the bottom is telling, because that means like for sure there's no 10 cost in hand, I think. Because if you would put it to the top, then you can 10 cost it the following turn. But also having it at the bottom is really not that big of a deal because it's just a brick that you're probably going to overcome towards the end of the game anyways.
Yeah, especially when you're going for that end game, just guaranteeing that last life that they're going to take is not going to help with the counter provides so much pressure onto your opponents. So is going to go ahead off that 5k swing, counter out with the Newgate, and now a 6k swing coming in from the Yasop. All 10 Dawn available right now. Looks like maybe a 10 cost Shanks coming in.
Yep.
Boom, there it is. Going to be minusing 1,000
oh, no,
power.
This is actually...
That's the KO Shanks.
That's the KO Shanks, yeah.
The Akira Gawa illustration of Shanks from OPO6. Definitely a good call. Getting rid of the Katakuri is also pretty good, I feel like.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, that's a threat as Shanks that you don't want to have to deal with. I feel really bad for Pudding here. I feel... without being able to see the searchers or being able to see the 10 cost, this is getting a little more tricky than you maybe want it to be. You're gonna have to swing pretty interestingly to remove this Yasop. So we do see a 9k start right now. I believe this is going to be into the Yasop, just saying, hey bro, how's it going over there? Just checking the weather. And Yasop is really an important card for Shanks to be able to remove a lot of this deck. So I don't know.
It's going to be interesting because this does command 2 cards, right? Even with the leader effect, right? You're still going to have to commit a 2k, 1k, or like Bad Manners Kick Course, trash another card. So I think if you're going to swing and not play a 10 mom, I think 9 is a pretty good number here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, even with leader effect, yeah, you're right. Taking 2 cards out of hand is pretty huge. But I mean, you got a 12k Shanks on the board. Are you sweating it that much? Maybe. Oh,
using that leader effect, getting rid of 2K, 1K, like we mentioned in there. It looks like going to attach a bunch more Dawn, 5 Dawn, and swing 10 now. Wait, Yasop? That's definitely taking a KO.
Oh, yeah. Ooh, low brulee. I like it.
So you get another blocker on field, trying to call for maybe another Silver's Rayleigh or something like that, but just another 10 cost Shanks, right? And a swing with this 12K one could really just clear the board in general right now, and starts off with the 12K swing.
Yeah. Gosh, it's so terrifying when Shanks gets to 10 Dawn and they have like 3 or 4 life. It's such a scary spot to be.
I think it's definitely been a bad spot for the pudding at this point. Just chooses to block right away in here. And looks like maybe a dragon coming in. 8 costs or a Silver's Rayleigh. Looks like dragon is the choice. Attaching the 2 Dawn and swinging 9,000 power, presumably at the new gate.
Yeah, and unfortunately you just have to let it go. As much as you don't want to, you just have to. Yep. Has to take this.
Going ahead, swinging 9.
Yep. Hopefully, draw the ever so illustrious Big Mom.
And you got 3 cards in hand. We know one of them is Conquest of the Sea. Not going to help at this point. Even the 10 drop Linlin, though, is that enough to be able to... I mean, it saves you a little bit, but I don't know. Can it actually help you in this game, like really come back? It just kind of buys you a little bit because you don't really get rid of any of these bodies on field.
Yeah, for sure. It's kind of a... This is where I feel like pudding becomes, all right, I kind of have to hope and pray that my triggers are good. You know, if I get some reliable blockers... Oh, 15K. Oh, man.
Really just saying, like, I'm going to take out one of these characters potentially and hope you can't counter out with the 4 in your hand.
Yeah. Oh, it's rough. I mean, I feel like it has to be a dragon, because if you go with Shanks, then... I mean, it's a risk. That's a risky situation. Going into Shanks here is like a simple leader effect 2K, 1K, but... We'll see. We'll see which one's going down. Yeah, for sure. Dragon's dead.
One for that dragon right there. Taking out one of them. Got the fist bumps going.
Yay!
Just passes off the turn.
He said,
going
yeah.
out in style, at least.
I love it. I love it. Yeah. Oh, man. This is not where you want to be. Very tough. Oh. Little laggy there for a second. But 4 cards in hand. I'm imagining a lot of counter and not a lot of, hey, we're trying to do something here. 12K is definitely going to be a take.
No trigger on. We know exactly what these
sounds like the
other cards are.
Oh,
right. So
I don't know if you can hear me. Your mic was going in and out there for a minute. It was going a little robotic.
It was cutting in and out. Yeah.
Yeah.
My internet's not having fun. Cox internet.
Oh, he saw it.
W.
He saw the mom, but it's a little too late.
You've got the Linlin right, but you're staring down the face of 2 12,000 power characters. Just a simple, basically concede, right? Laying down the entire hand. And there's a brulee that helps you draw a card, right?
Yeah.
Or what does that brulee do?
It lets you, I want to say, look at your life or your opponent's life, and then you can still add it to hand. Yeah, he really needed the 9 moms and the 10 moms, and they were just escaping him there. Oh, they were all at the middle of the deck. Hate to see it.
You cursed him, Luffy.
I did. I cursed him. I literally cursed him. Oh, what is wrong with me? Tragic, dude. Actually tragic. You know, it's like I purposefully do it or something. I don't get it. I don't mean to do it.
It's called the Caster's Curse. Welcome to the club.
I love it. It's unfortunate. Well, hopping over to table 1, let's just see how their match is going very quickly. Looks like they also finished. Yeah. Looks like their match is finished as well. So let's see. We do have table 3 is Dofi versus Lucci. This looks like it's in a bit of an interesting spot. So table 3. Let's go back here really quickly. Let me just adjust the cards. We have, oh, whoops. There we go. Sorry about that. There we go. Okay.
So it looks like with the result of that game that we caught the end of there, the final of this is going to be Shanks versus Red Purple Luffy.
Wow. All right. 64 player tournament. Shanks and Red Purple Luffy closing it out. Interesting.
Looks like in here in this Lucci Dofi match, right, being able to get rid of Jinbei there, still have 9 Dawn available to him to utilize.
Yeah. Is that the... Oh, it's Gecko Moria. I was wondering what art that was. It was the SP right there. Yeah, you were abandoned, Lord Richards. Yes. I'm sorry to hear it, man. It was a tough one. You had a good run though. You still got one more game to close it out. Yeah, blame me for sure. Like no doubt. All right. So this is an X1 match right here though, ladies and gentlemen. So neither of these players are undefeated at the moment. Both of the undefeated games are finished. We're gonna have that Shanks and Red Purple Luffy match to finish us out in just a little bit. We seeing a strong Moria play here. Get some removal. I think just based off of, like, you know, we hopped into this game a little late. Based off of how it looks, I feel like Lucci's actually in a really solid spot. Being able to remove...
I mean, especially with 2 life left, right?
Yeah, 2 life
Being
left.
at 2 life left, you're still relatively healthy, controlling the board a bit.
Exactly, yeah. And adds a 2K back with Kaku right there. Gets the good old-fashioned Spandine down to do a little wombo combo. I think we're going to... Based off of how this looks, I'm assuming... Is it Lucci? Yeah, it is Lucci. I was like, I think that's a 1 cost, but I can't tell. It's a tough dice marker right there. We're turning a couple cards back. Gets the pop. 3 Luccis on board. Bunch of 6Ks coming at you. Looks like Dofi has about 3 cards in hand, if I'm not mistaken. Then a 7K. I mean, this is looking really solid for Lucci here. Yeah. Yeah, no chance of that happening, Feed, so I think we're good. Oh, Derek, you say something so kind again. I'm going to shake your hand. Yeah, what's Dofi got to do to bounce back here? A couple of bounces with Law, a little bit of aggressive swings to life. I mean, I know Lucci's got that 2K in hand, so they're looking pretty good. Oh, he does? Oh, he was still contemplating the 7K swing. Oh, he takes. Oof. So Dofi's really gotta put in some work here. Oh, how we looking, man? Everything working over there?
I'm trying to make it better. I'm watching in 5 FPS right now.
Oh, no worries. Yeah, it's getting a little, you know, framey, but as long as the voice comes over, I think it's fine, right?
Oh no, I'm just talking about my internet in general, not just the. No.
Yeah. Even the mic is actually having its struggles right now. That's all right. Hey, at least it wasn't, you know, for the first 4 rounds.
It's my internet.
Yeah. Dofi's
blame Cox.
Yep. Blame Cox Cable. Cox Communications. I've had them before. They're not They're not the best. We've got some good old-fashioned ideas brewing in Dofi's mind right now. I don't know if he can win this though. I mean, just knowing that Lucci has a 2K in hand is like kind of enough to say you can't lose. But
because you really have to be able to balance going for board, but also just applying pressure.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to stay alive.
Right to these.
So Gecko's probably gonna pick up a boa here, if I had to take a guess. Oh, law. Maybe has boa in hand. But if you had boa in hand, wouldn't you? You would think. Interesting. Okay, teach. I mean, the idea can't be to go for game. Not with that much. I mean, you're maybe trying to do like board removal, but then you have no blockers. No, that's tough. Yeah, that is tough.
Definitely not looking good, I would say.
Yeah. No, I know, Feed. It's because this isn't the primary match. This was just a second match that we hopped into. He needs to rest his dawn. Oh, is he? Yeah, there it is. There it is. Yeah. Sorry, I'm looking all over. I'm looking at DMs and oh, he's taking the 7. Okay. Oh wait, he's thinking about not taking? Okay.
I would say you're probably good on taking. You're probably pushing for game at this point right now, right? No way to get boa on the field at this point. No blockers. You're just straight free swinging all of these bodies. And if you've got like a 2K right here, it's just terrible.
Yeah. You got the 2K from
or
the
actually it
Rebecca.
helps you. I'm sorry, not terrible.
Terrible for Dofi.
Yeah, terrible for Dofi. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And even a 0 cost event, the 6 King pistol
that's
is just really going to take it.
Yeah, Jubby with the dub right there. So he's still battling it out for top 4, which is pretty dope. Congrats to him for the win right there. All right, sweet. Take us back to our little casting space. Not too shabby, ladies and gentlemen. We do have here. Let me do a double check really fast on who is okay. That is so funny. We have Eric and Derek.
Eric and Derek.
Eric and Derek. I love it.
Red, purple, Luffy, and Shanks.
Yep. There we go. Eric and Derek. I'm gonna get us all set up for. Oh, actually, I can't because I don't know which one's gonna be top or bottom depending on who joins the thing first. So
I will say, looking at the matchup though, Red, purple, Luffy got advantage in this one, meeting up with Shanks in the finals. I would say, as reported by OP Bounty, right, or TCG Matchmaking, whichever one's the one that posts the stats all the time. 63.6% favored for Red, purple, Luffy. So definitely love seeing that meeting in the finals. And then between going first and second, it's honestly pretty similar in win rate for Red, purple, Luffy. They prefer going first, 65% win rate, but going second, 64.9. So it's essentially the same.
Wow. All right. So Red, purple, Luffy's feeling good, looking good.
And we'll see if they have 3 radical beams and 7 gum giants like the last one that we watched.
Yeah. I still, oh man, that match still like. It was a little upsetting to see that they didn't swing a little heavier on the turns that they could have. I think that there was just so much promise in that matchup for RP Luffy, and unfortunately they just kind of let it get away from them. But
Here's the redemption, though. This is the same matchup, right? I think that we watched in there.
What was? Oh yeah, yeah. So we need to see RP Luffy get that redemption, because otherwise, otherwise, Shanks is just taking it all today. I feel like every time we've tuned into a Shanks, they've won so far. Have they not?
I can't remember when a Shanks lost, so I would probably agree.
Yeah.
Shanks doing pretty all right in this tournament.
Oh wait, I just jinxed Shanks.
Oh yeah, well, red purple. Well, I mean, it's an unfavorable matchup, so is it really a jinx?
Solo
At that point, like,
Solo says this Shanks just lost.
cooked. Get him out of here. Hand out the boxes. Stream's over. Thanks for joining, everybody. Great tournament.
Oh,
Great
man.
turnout.
Oh, that's funny. That's so funny. I cooked him before he even started. That's hilarious.
Didn't even give him a chance,
God.
Luffy. I told you the stats, and you're like, nope, he's cooked.
Is this the thing? Is this the thing now? I like just jinx and screw people over, I guess.
Once we do enough of these tournaments, right? You start doing enough of these, you start holding like gambling about who's gonna win. Right? You start running like Vegas odds, and then
oh my god.
They have like this new category that's like whatever Luffy picks, right? And you're allowed to like change your pick based on what you choose.
Yeah, like I have a stock portfolio that goes based off of Nancy Pelosi's investments, because that lady, I couldn't tell you how. I have no idea how, but she makes really good choices for investments. I couldn't tell you how though. Good Lord, that is that's how you gamble right there, is follow Nancy Pelosi.
For legal reasons, I'm not allowed to gamble. There we go. For legal reasons, this is a joke.
This is very much a joke. But oh man, what an event so far. This has been fun. This has been fun. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd love to hear whether you hated it or you loved it. Can I get some 1s if you loved it, 2 if you hated it, 3 if you hated me but loved Atrocious? So probably a lot of 3s if I had to take a guess. Yeah. And again, if there were parts of it that you hated, I would love for you to put that in the feedback section. Let me know. Let me know what I can be doing better. Yeah. We got a lot of 3s. Okay. So a lot of Atrocious love, a lot of hate for Luffy. Got it. Okay.
I have a recommendation. Next time, fly me out so I don't have to deal with my internet.
Oh my god, imagine. Yeah. That would be so cool though. You and I like right here in the same room doing it.
I will say, like, this summer, if they hold like regionals and stuff out there in the East, I'd probably be able to go to it.
Yeah. I mean, I won't lie, it's probably a little more expensive than you getting some regionals out in the West, but
Oh, I don't know. I mean, you ever fly Spirit or Frontier, any of those like super cheap airlines?
Yeah, Frontier a lot actually.
Flying in and out of Vegas, so cheap.
Oh, okay. Well, flying to Vegas, not cheap.
Wait, really?
Dude, it cost my wife and I $500 a ticket to get to Vegas.
How long?
That was,
when was
on
that?
Spirit, dude. On Spirit.
Because I would say like round trip going to because I'm from the Midwest, going round trip in the Midwest, and I think we flew from North Carolina over Christmas break. My girlfriend's family lives in North Carolina. When we came back, I think our tickets were like under $100 each to fly into Vegas, and that's like right after New Year's. And like usually when I round trip back home in the Midwest, it's like $120 round trip.
Dude, that's absurd. Like, that's so good. What the?
And I don't book like 6 months in advance.
Yeah,
I'm not smart enough for that.
Yeah, I mean, we booked. I think we booked it almost 6 months in advance. About 5 months, 4 or 5 months. Wow, what in the world?
Yeah. I don't know who's stealing your money, but
apparently the airlines. I don't know, but
it's all a scam.
Yeah. So hold on, let me see. Gotta host one on a Friday so I can get off work enough early to participate. So next week's is gonna be on a Monday again, same time. But the week after, ladies and gentlemen, is gonna be a 128 player event on a Sunday. And it's gonna be at a good time. that probably anyone and everyone would be able to participate in it. So it's gonna be
A Luffy regional.
Yeah, it's probably gonna be like 12 Eastern, something like that. Maybe 12 p.m. Eastern. 128, 7 rounds. Probably looking at 5 hours. The way we've been churning them out, the way my wonderful judges, Fairsloth and Hex, have been crushing it tonight. Dude, shout out to the judges, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let's do this. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a brief intermission, though. We're going to get the next round paired very shortly. And the finals will be right up. Yeah, we have the last round coming up here in just a moment. So we'll catch you back here in a second. Don't go anywhere. And again, ladies and gentlemen, !Dapper, this event was made possible. Okay, made possible by the kindness of Lord Richards from DapperGames. All right, DapperGames made these events possible. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to see more tournaments, you want to see what we're doing for the future, please check out my sponsors. Please go and check out their website, join their Discord. Let them know how much you appreciate that they're running this and that they're making it happen, okay? Because without them, it would not be. Literally, I've been able to do it, you know, for almost like the whole month of February, right? And it's because of people like Lord Richards and amazing businesses such as DapperGames. So, do me that solid. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back shortly. We'll catch you soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, they're getting set up real quick. They're doing some dice rolls, so you can watch that while I get, hopefully, all this stuff looking good real quick.
Looks like Shanks won the die roll, so I would imagine that Shanks chooses first in here. It's a slightly better win percentage for Shanks in there. Still not great, right, as we talked about earlier.
Yeah. Taking first always going to be a little bit more advantageous for you here, and let's get us transferred over. I still got a couple of things to knock out real quick. Let me get the players' names on here, but we've got in the bottom left, we got Mr. Straw Hat Luffy 89.
Straw Hat Luffy running the red purple Luffy. I love to see poetic justice right there.
Yep. And in the top right, we have Eric J again. Yeah. So
it looks like both players keeping the hand.
Yeah. And they're playing for that big prizing, ladies and gentlemen. The Winter Dawn, the event pack 4, this sealed box of OPO8. I think that the timer is... well, let me refresh before I do that. The timer is going to be starting here very soon. Oh, I don't... actually, is the timer up? Let me double check.
Although it looks like they're waiting on the timer.
Yeah, the timer might not be up. Hold up. Dun dun dun. Let me shoot a quick DM.
But it looks like, I mean, taking a look at the Shanks list that we've been seeing the last couple times, haven't seen any one-drop Utas in there, so probably obviously running or taking away that Uta package. They get the odd curve though, right? They can play that Yasop that they've been playing seemingly every single game, and it's proved to be a pretty all right card, especially in this matchup, right? Being able to match Luffy for at least one turn on that 6K. And
oh, it is going. The
No.
Hey, timer's good. You guys are good. You're all set. Good luck, gentlemen.
So it looks like Shanks did opt to go first on that one, and no Dawn play right there for him. Now going to the 2 Dawn turn for the Luffy. Let's see if they have a Nami to start it off.
Yeah, looks like it. Good little Nami search here. Potentially just looking for some of the top end, because a lot of the lower cost cards that you're going to find and play... oh, except for Zorojiro. Interesting. I was about to say, the Bon Clay or maybe even the event, the Zorojiro is the one that you would like to see for the next turn. So pretty solid. 8K though. Tough.
We've seen this 8K go in, and every single time it's been a take, but lead performance coming in is going to be real nice. Going to be able to ramp and draw one. You absolutely love that. Now going up to 5 Dawn in the turn. Hate to see it if you're Shanks.
Yeah, that's a really solid start actually for Red Purple Luffy. This is just going to help getting closer to, you know, that high cost range that you want to be playing some of your playing some of those, you know, scary characters at. So that was like basically best case scenario, finding Zorojiro here on the previous turn and then hitting lead performer off the first life. I mean, you can't really ask for a better start there. But RP Luffy is going to hit down that Zorojiro. Shanks doesn't really have an answer for this this early into the match. Like, the only thing you could potentially do is just like a Lucky Roo, and even still then Zorojiro is going to achieve its, you know, it's going to achieve its objective. So yeah, we're going to see the Yasop.
Another game of Yasop though, putting up the Shanks to 6,000 power, and now just going to be a nice easy 1K Onami off of that counter and passing off the turn. The Yasop's going to be nice to make sure that you get rid of the Zoro, right? You definitely want to be able, or not let this character swing for multiple turns, right? Especially when you get some Dawn minusing stuff going on. But we'll see what he decides to do on 8 Dawn, I believe, at this point, or 7 Dawn. Now at 8,
no, yeah,
Zoro.
Going to 8, potentially 9 with leader effect. So kind of massive. This is pretty insane. For Luffy to have this good of a start is like really good right now. I mean, obviously, like we went over before we started the game, Luffy does have a fairly favorable matchup into this, but you know, we're gonna see the Ben Beckman removing the Yasop, and now a very simple attach 1, swing 7, 1 Dawn left open. I mean, not too bad. Yeah, not too bad at all.
And with the Hongo there, could have saw maybe like leader effect pitch a 1K if we had a 1K in hand, right? Because we had that Yasop plus 1000 power, I think, still. So maybe he's showing that maybe they don't have much else besides, you know, a couple 2Ks in hand. Didn't want to take that life.
Sure. I mean, as long as we can stall to getting to the end game, I feel like that's where we'll succeed the most. So just kind of getting there is really the tricky part. You know, he's got, I mean, so far, Red Purple Luffy's seen exactly what he needs to see. I don't know if a Ben Beckman really does much for you here. So, like, this might just be, like, another Yasop situation again, where we kind of, I believe that's what we kind of saw in the last RP Luffy Shanks matchup, right? Was another 5 for Yasop. Yep. Into another 8K swing. I think this was exactly how it kind of panned out the last time, but they never saw Zoro, so it was a little trickier.
Never saw Zoro and then a lead performer out of life, you know, trigger right away.
Yeah, that'll do it. Ooh, is going to take this. You know, Shanks has got to be happy about that. Putting RP Luffy to 1, pretty solid, all things considered.
I think definitely that makes a lot more sense if you're playing like a Charlotte Lin in this turn, right? Gaining the life right back.
Right, yeah. Yeah, you get the life back with a Lin. You could also do a 9-cost Luffy. I don't think you need to be super afraid of dying here. Has he got another Ben Beckman? He's got another.
Yeah,
Ben
just
Beckman.
going to be trashing the Yasops, making sure that only one body is going to be swinging per turn, at least in this early game, right? Controlling the board, really focusing on that to say, okay, now you have to have the big bodies. So 7K swing into a 6,000 power leader. Let's see what he does on there. Still has a leader swing and potential Zoro, right? We could see like a 6 leader, 7 Zoro, or 6 Zoro, 7 leader out of there. But with a nice 1K, looks like maybe use the leader effect on that one.
Yeah, so now we're going to see an 8. This is going into 6. Again, remind you that the leader is buffed to 6 from Yasop. Is going to take this. I actually thought that maybe he would get a little cheeky and swing with the Zoro, but I think this is super fair because your opponent didn't use the leader effect. Or no, did they? They did, actually. They did
use the leader effect,
they did. So I think it almost makes me wonder if maybe going double 6 would have been fine or just kind of fun here.
Well, you got to imagine that the Zoro is probably safe on the field, right? What are they going to use to KO it at this point? There's probably not a third Yasop coming down because you want to supply like big bodies like Rayleigh, Dragon, things of that nature. So looking like a Dragon right here. Beautiful SP on that one. Your Zoro is going to be safe to be able to swing next turn if you can't defend maybe against Ben Beckman or something like that.
Yeah, I think he's going 8 to life here because he's just trying to get cards out of hand and potentially put him to 0. We are gonna see Rayleigh being played in RP Luffy. I like this a lot. I don't typically see that that card a ton, but I actually really like it. Getting out of that, going to 10 with Giant, leaving yourself with 8 cards in hand, 10 Dawn the following turn, and drawing. Oh, actually, excuse me. Gonna have to get out of this Shank swing first, or Dragon swing first, excuse me.
But as 9,000 power,
Ooh.
right, taking this one right here.
Ooh.
I mean, honestly, probably really setting up the turn for the next turn.
Oh, it's scary, though. Oh, it's scary. I mean, unless you got unbelievable amount of, you know, giants. I mean, you got a lot of cards in hand, right? There's no way you don't have at least one giant in that hand rep. There's no way.
I mean, giants, radical beams, as we saw in the previous match. But first, going to start out with the little Nami and try to find something in this stack of 5. Maybe another giant, maybe a radical beam.
Yep.
And there's the giant right there. Just going to be drawing cards for the rest of the game.
Yeah, you see a giant there, you're feeling like, okay, cool. I'm not dying this turn. We're looking good. We are looking good. But also, Shanks probably feels relatively secure that he's not dying. Well, definitely not dying this turn, but maybe even the turn after, based off of having 3 life, plenty of cards to counter out of some of these swings.
Yeah, I mean, you've got potentially 5 swings coming at you right now as a leader that doesn't necessarily have the best security. So using a 2K, so probably did leader effect 2K on that one, is going to take this 7 and put it in hand. Remember that the Zorojuro and Nami right there on the right side can still swing.
Yeah, I think this kind of, it smells a lot like a queen. You know, block her up, figure out what we're doing. Whoa, no way. Oh, actually, this makes a lot of sense. 9 mom for sure. Yes, because then you get your Dawn back with leader. What in the world? This guy lives a dangerous life.
The Luffy,
yeah,
just going incredibly aggressive, right? Being able to draw 1 card.
He's doing the
ended up
Dawn
putting
-2
there, and the Zorojuro.
Yes.
The Zorojuro, along with leader effect, is going to make 2 active Dawn, right? Especially if you have 2 giants in hand, or radical beam and giant. Your survivability is insane. Great play by this red purple Luffy.
100%. You're not dying. You are looking so good right now. You are 2 Dawn active. Sure, I don't have a life. I don't care. I'm not dying. We're gonna go 6 to life. You know, we're gonna test the waters. Are you gonna give me a 2K? Oh, see, because he was thinking if he gives him a 2K, probably go 10 into the dragon. But we're just gonna go 10 to life. Put him to. You basically have to all in me. Oh, this is.
Yeah, I think at this point the red purple Luffy should just swing face, ignore everything on the field, and just go in and say, "All right, what do you got in hand there, bud?"
Yeah. Oh man, that's got to be 10 to life. I don't even think it's worth countering out at this point. It's you basically attach everything to dragon and hope to God that it gets through, which is going to be very tricky to do with how many cards RP Luffy has in hand. Oh, this game went, unfortunately, so downhill so quick. I was not expecting this play right here. This was really... Yeah, this was really smart by RP Luffy here.
Just a really cool intricacy, and why kind of red purple Luffy has been on the uptick as of late. I feel like in the last couple weeks, I feel like we've started seeing a lot more red purple Luffy tops in these different treasure cups, tournaments, community events, things of that nature.
Sure, yeah. I'm not a hater of the deck by any means, but I wasn't a believer until someone really showed me the light. And when they showed me the light, I was like, okay, all right, this deck has got some promise to it, and I feel like it's only going to get better. You know what I mean? Oh,
Looks like just swinging
19
dragon.
Yeah, 19.
Are they gonna get out of it right here? They have to.
Yeah, there's no way he doesn't, right? Just look at that smile on his face.
You do have to be careful though, right? I mean, you do have to sequence this properly at this point. But yeah, as you're saying, just all the counter in the world right now, that's going to put you at 10. Going to give a 2K right here.
So that's 12. 13. No.
13 already showing what is he going to do it? 14. We've got 15.
No shot. 15.
And no counter. 19.
What?
Hail Mary gets it.
What?
Shanks ends up winning right there.
Bro.
Also, the Shanks is playing multiple Karinas.
Oh my god. I thought there was no way.
Definitely looked like that way, and probably part of the reason why they played that one drop Nami at the beginning, because they're like, man, I gotta get some counter events going on right now. Look at all that non-counter in hand.
That's crazy. Okay, I thought for sure there's no shot.
Yeah, you wrote him off immediately. You're like, man, I see the light. Red, purple, Luffy,
Wow.
best deck in format. I'm a believer. And then look at that, just 19 to face. Extend the hand and say GG's.
Holy smokes, dude. Okay, that I did not see that coming. I'm not gonna lie. That
was incredible.
That was wow. All right. Dang.
I wonder if he thought that he was able to get it through the 19, or if he's like, you know what, for the memes, for the content. And you know what? That was good content. That's a YouTube video right there.
Yeah, I can't believe he was able to get that.
You've got
so
new
wild.
YouTube content.
That's crazy.
Maybe I think it would have bought you a little bit more time.
Hey,
Did you have?
great game, by the way, guys. Great game. I thought for sure you had it, Straw Hat. I thought for sure. I was like, there's no way he doesn't have the double giant, right?
No, so I showed him like that Nami search was 2 giants and a rad beam.
Oh,
Shit.
man. That's tragic.
So,
Yeah.
so if I Luffy'd first, I would have got the giant,
Yeah.
and then Nami would have gave me the second one.
Oh, man. Well, dude, fantastic game, guys. I will, Eric, by the way, if you're cool with it, maybe in just a few, not too long, would love to get a little chat with you, you know, about the deck and how you felt about the games and stuff like that. We're just going to hop over to a match really fast. We want to see how the pudding game is going, and then we'll come right back.
All right, sounds good.
All right, man. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to hop back over to the pudding game really quick.
Looks like a crazy game. Pudding against Rob Lucci. We were wondering about this matchup, if the removal can keep up pace. Lucci still at 3 life, Pudding at 2. Does have a new gate on the field, and it looks like might be a little tough for the Pudding at this point, but who knows when you have 10 drops on the way.
Yeah. Man, that is crazy. I'm still like, I'm still in awe of what just happened.
And in the Lucci Pudding game, we are in the middle of fulfilling a 8-cost Gecko Moria, right? Playing a Rebecca Spandam right here. So it's just kind of clarifying of which Spandam was on the field and which one was in trash. Using the Spandam effect first, going to be able to find a 2K Khalifa or the Spandine, right? 2K Khalifa, add that in hand. Then you can go in with your Rebecca, right? And do a Spandine Lucci kind of combo. So excellent stuff going on right now from this Rob Lucci. Going to be able to clear this new gate on the board.
Oh, this looks like a case of the haven't seen 10 Mom again.
I was going to say more so of Rob Lucci just doing the Rob Lucci thing, right?
Yeah.
Just clearing bodies left and right. You see a Gecko on the field.
For sure. I mean, Rob Lucci does Rob Lucci things. That is for sure. I need
Exactly.
I need Rebecca to be gone from this game. Rebecca and me have a love-hate relationship. She did me well when I played Lucci. She did me dirty when I wasn't. Oh man. Well, let's see. Returning a couple cards for Lucci here. Newgate, say bye-bye. Say your final goodbyes. Been a real homie. You did well.
So really utilizing the Pudding player to really only 1 swing per turn, right? If you're going to go ahead and hit life, gonna have to play that 10 cost Lin with that Rebecca blocker on the field. So gonna be getting that and putting it away, passing the turn off to the Pudding.
Yeah. And Pudding, I mean, that's the tough part about this deck. I feel like it's almost kind of a deck that if you're not able to really establish yourself early enough in the game, it becomes much harder, you know? And you're not right now really able to do too much with a oh, I see, this looks like a 10 mom situation. Yep.
And here we go, resting Tendon, playing that Linlin, going to be getting a life right there and taking one away. It's a 2K Suru. You'll love seeing 2Ks hit the bin against this deck.
100%. That, I mean, typically in OP09, I've been seeing Lucci not playing as greedy as OP08 with maybe like 7 2Ks, but they've been running roughly like 10 to sometimes like 11 2Ks now. Simply because that Dofi matchup is absolutely horrendous if you just brick on those. So having some reliable counter is absolutely necessary. This doesn't look promising though. I mean, you gotta get out of a lot here.
They've got a lot of swings coming in with a full 10 Dawn turn, only 5 in hand. Gonna be looking at a potential trigger right here. Looking and deciding what they want to do. Is it a play body trigger like Satori? No, it's a Beige.
Yep, Beige gonna stop either Lucci or Kaku here. Or maybe even leader. Not that. Oh yeah, he is gonna stop the leader. Just because
I think leader's a great play at this point.
Yeah, no -1 for Linlin, so it's actually like kind of securing that card for you. The 6 is just a little 2K check. Does your opponent have it? And they do. Charlotte Brûlée to get out of there real quick. Could do the same with Kaku, but also just could kind of, I don't know, I would say 7 and then maybe try and establish 2 blockers with a Rebecca Sabo. Feel pretty safe on that front, but there's a lot of ways that Lucci can feel very productive with the remaining Dawn here.
So here comes a 7 from Kaku, like you were mentioning right there. Is going to be taking the Viola, right, and putting it in the hand, going back up to 5. We know that that's only a 1K counter, though, so definitely not a 10-drop Linlin, but looks like maybe going for a KO on the Linlin.
No
Got a
way.
-2 off of the Suru, right, just once again.
Oh.
Minimizing the amount. There's Ice Age to put it to a 3 cost overall, and a Jack, I'm sorry. Jack coming down, another great black card to be able to get removal, especially on that activate main, drawing one and trashing one. Gonna filter the hand.
Man, that's tragic. You just find your your 10 mom, and then bam, it's gone.
But the good news is with the Beige on the Rob Lucci, right, you're still at 1 life. So if you've got another 10-drop mom to play on this turn, you're going to go back up to 2. You're going to burn them down to 1. And who knows, maybe hit another Beige.
Yeah, very true. Lord Richards needs to do a lot though to be feeling pretty good about this match. I mean, this is a very downhill board state to be looking at, or very uphill, I should say, very uphill board state, and that's you know what that's spelling? That is spelling a good old-fashioned 9 mom.
So
Yep.
yeah, 9-drop Linlin, going to be trashing a card from hand and putting something in life. You can put the Jack away, right?
No, 6 cost or less.
Oh, 6 costs or less. So you're putting away either Kaku or Lucci. I think Lucci, a great card in this. But now your opponent's back at 3 life.
Yeah, back at 3 life. And on top of that, you still have to deal with the fact that Linlin could potentially be removed off of, reduction and then into Jack. Any combination of like Rebecca Hina gets there if he has Hina in trash. There's multiple ways. Or excuse me, no, Rebecca Hina with leader actually doesn't get him within range, but a lot of reduction in this deck, so there's definitely options. But you also could just be using these as attacks. He's only got to get through 2 life, so he can kind of bully his opponent's hand here. A 9K swing is definitely going to connect. Taking it, no trigger.
And still no Dawn used at this point.
Yeah, I think he's probably just going to go for it though.
I don't think I would mind just going ahead and swinging big at this point. They didn't play the Viola last turn. There's no blockers on the field. It's just free swing. So what are the numbers that you do? Looks like 9 is going to be the magic number at this point. And that at some point you got to counter out, right? You definitely don't want to go down to 0 right now, but looks like he is going to. Ooh, look at that. It's going to be a search event, at least, I think, right?
I actually don't know the trigger of this, truth be told.
I'm pretty sure it's just the activate main and
okay.
just search the top 5 for a Big Mom Pirates or Animal Kingdom 7 or 4. I don't know. I haven't caught up in One Piece. It's the whatever the Emperor stuff is.
Yeah, Animal Kingdom Pirates. Yeah.
Gonna at least find a Katakuri right there.
Yeah, I don't think that 1K is gonna get you there. You know. Yeah, this is looking like a very uphill amount of counter that you have to deal with. So we're just gonna go.
Not looking good. Just a 5K test right here.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if he's gonna try to go for the Linling KO.
No way.
Probably
right?
not, right?
You just attach it.
Just
all.
go in, attach it all to
Yeah.
Kaku, and swing. What is it? 17?
15.
Or no,
'Cause I think he had
15.
9, right?
Yeah.
So.
Oh, there was another 10 Linlin in hand.
Oh, tragic. Well, you hate to see it. Going 4-0 to start the event, but then unfortunately dropping the last 2 rounds. But what a solid run. I think last 2 rounds maybe just didn't see the pieces when you needed them. So, little unfortunate.
I think definitely Lucci probably a tough matchup, right?
Yeah.
Lucci just being able to remove everything you put on the board. So just like we were kind of saying, neutralizing you to just one swing is so hurtful a lot of ways.
100%. Lucci is a lot of decks, kryptonite, if you will. And man, that was, what an event, though. What an event. Shanks taking first place today, ladies and gentlemen. Getting shipped out one of these beautiful winner cards that we showed off earlier. Oh my gosh, these things look insane. It's actually crazy how good they look. As well as a sealed box of OPO8. A lot of good stuff. Congratulations to Eric. And if I'm not mistaken, we're going to go chat with him real quick. But if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure his wife was also playing. Or his sister. I don't know. I'm sure I saw somebody with the same last name, if I'm not mistaken. So I could be crazy. But
some people were playing.
Yeah. Well, let's hop in there with him real quick. And we can chat. Let me just bring up... I'm going to go back to the tournament gameplay. Let's not do the board. We're just going to do one board, So let's do this. Shboop. Sweet. Something along those lines. I'll just leave it there. That's good. Okay. Did you want to hop in with us? Jake?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Oh.
I was trying to pull up the stream to look at it, but then I just remembered that I can actually just pull it up on Discord.
You can hop in. Yo, what's up, dude? Oh, muted.
Yep.
Oh, how's it going, dude?
Good.
Yo, congratulations, man.
Thank you. I was sweating bullets in that last one.
Yeah, dude. I was thinking for sure that you were dead. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, oh, there's no way this 19K gets through. He's got like 10 cards in hand, right? And then all of a sudden, 19 does the trick.
Yeah, I was like, I'm gonna die, so I'm just gonna try it.
Yeah.
But I either play 3 blockers and then just hope that I can get out of it, or just go for it.
Sure. Yeah, honestly.
Yeah, we saw the double Karina in your hand. How did you feel about Karina today? A very cool tech. I don't think I've seen anybody play that.
I like it. So on the Tendon turn versus Dofi, I usually like having the Whitebeard out, and I'll drop the Karina and Beckman to get rid of 3 things at once.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Spicy.
So that's the tech.
I like it. I like it because it's what, like a minus 2K, right?
Yeah, minus 2K. It's a blocker. I know Dofi like can bounce it back,
Yeah.
but I'll just play it again next turn and minus something else.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Out of curiosity, I could be crazy, but I swear I saw that. Was it your wife that was playing in today's event as well?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome, man. Shout outs to the wife. Playing some One Piece. How'd she end up doing?
She went X3. She
Ah.
was taking all the BYs away from me.
Hey, that works, you know? She was trying to help her husband out, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what matters.
It's all you need sometimes to just dodge.
Yeah, just dodge a bullet.
Yeah. It just dodge all the BYs. That's the main thing. Because those things it's rough.
Yeah, I feel that. So what were your matchups today?
So first round was now I'm getting old, man.
I can relate.
What was my first round? I know second round was mirror.
Okay.
First round was can't remember the first round.
Oh, you're good, man.
Yeah. It feels like that was forever ago.
It was literally like 5 hours ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no worries. You had the mirror, and obviously you played RP. Was there any other?
So it was the mirror. I played the RP. I played the pudding.
Okay.
And another RP. I'm missing 2. A Ploofy. I did play a Ploofy. Maybe that was my first round.
Okay, maybe we watched you round 1 because there was a Shanks versus Ploofy match that we watched round 1, so it could have been you.
No, it wasn't me.
Okay.
I think it was a different Shanks, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. The RP Luffy round in I think round 4. Unfortunately, in my opinion, I think you were cooked that game.
Oh yeah, for
Yeah.
sure. If he had just attached more Dawn to his swings,
That's what I said, dude. That's what I said.
I was literally done. But when he swung 6, I was like, okay, I'm fine. I live.
Yeah.
I live and I win.
Yeah, I was like, wait, why? I was like, why is he leaving 4 up? No.
Yeah,
It's really
especially,
cool to.
the time that he played the Nika
Yeah.
Luffy. If he would have just attached the 2 Dawn to Luffy that first swing, so instead of swinging 6 and he swings 8, I have to block because I only had 2K in hand.
Oh.
Yeah, so then he would have went into his next turn and then swung another 8 and then 12 with Nika, and then I would have been done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was surprised. I was like, I swear, man, he's got that, this game. And then it just, I don't know why he kept leaving 4 up. I was like, yo.
Yeah, but he swung into my dragon. I was like, yeah, you can have that.
Yeah. I think that dude, you had an incredible run. Did you get to see the winter dawn on the stream?
Yes, I did. It looks great.
Dude, it looks phenomenal. I cannot wait to ship one of these out to you, bro. So yeah, man. So we're gonna I've already got everybody's deck lists, and I'm gonna be posting those tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen that are listening and watching in the chat. But just want to say a massive congratulations to you, Eric, and just a massive shout out to DapperGames for providing the prizing for us today and allowing us to host such an incredible event.
Yeah, definitely. It was great.
Yeah, man.
Good run.
Well, I hope you enjoy the rest of your night, brother. We just wanted to come in, say what's up. Congratulations, and yeah, dude, super stoked. And yeah, tell the wife that she did her job. She got all the bad matchups out of the way. Yeah, there's that fist bump. Yeah, I love it. All right, well, I'll catch you later, brother.
All right, thank you. Have a good one.
Yes, sir. You too. Awesome. Well,
Whew. Is Karina the new tech? You got to put a video out tomorrow.
yeah.
The new Shanks tech.
The Karina tech saved the day. No, What a solid event, ladies and gentlemen. I hope everybody enjoyed. We still got a couple of minutes left in here until the rounds end. So I would love to hear, you know, any thoughts on maybe some of the matchups today. Any thoughts on the event itself? You know, can we get some W's for DapperGames again, ladies and gentlemen? God,
I would love to see the meta distribution from the event, because I honestly thought BY Luffy was really cool for this event, but I mean, we didn't see it at all.
What, you said BY?
BY.
The only BY matchup that we saw was the pudding.
It was just the pudding,
Yeah.
Which was unfortunate. Might be a bad matchup.
Yeah,
I don't know. But
hey,
yeah, not really seeing it today.
Look, you got to remember a couple of things, okay? What do you call it? BY is essentially a very, very difficult deck to play. It takes a lot of practice, takes a lot of reps. And there's situations that you can get put into that are like, it's almost like a new situation every time you play the deck. So it can get a little tricky.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking to one of the judges before. I think it was Hex. We were just talking in one of the channels, and I was talking about how I love watching good BY players.
Yeah.
I love watching like Air Katana like play BY, because it's so beautiful to watch. It's so fun.
100%. I could not agree more. Wait a minute. So like you just said, yeah, we do have a little bit of time. Can we do a second place breakdown? I don't know if oh, actually, you know what? Straw Hat Luffy is still here. He's in chat. Well, how about this? I'm gonna be showing. Wait, where is it? Did I close it? No. Did I close it? Oh, there we go. Okay. I can show the lists. The top 8 lists are gonna be shown in a video. So let me just find his list really quickly. I gotta search through emails.
Also, we love to see Doflamingo not being in the final 4. Right?
Hey, you know, not bad. Is this it? I'm trying to remember what your email was. Nope, that wasn't it. No. Oh man, I'm finding it. You don't have to. You can DM it to me or something. You don't have to put it in chat.
Just put your social security number, your mother's maiden name.
Yeah. All of that. I'm gonna need all that. Where is it, bro? Am I just crazy? Oh, there it is. Found it. Okay. So let's pull up the list really fast. How can I do this with... You know what? I think I'm just gonna do it again where I'm just blocking my face, which is great. You know, honestly, the people love when that happens.
Just slap it on screen, right?
Yeah. They're like, oh my gosh, that's crazy. I'm so happy I don't have to look at this guy anymore.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. So I'll make it a little bit bigger for everybody. Spoink. So this was our second place list of RP Luffy. So we had 4 Nami, 4 Usohachi, 4 Zorojiro, 4 Bon Clay, 4 Onami, which I'm pretty surprised about. I've seen this deck running a few, but 4, I'm like, dang, okay. I like it. I respect it. 2 Fernosuke, 2 Silver's Rayleigh, which is very interesting. I like that. 2 Sanji, 3 Beckman, 2 Kid, 2 Rayleigh, 2 Dragon, 3 9-cost Luffy, 1 Nika. Wow. Okay. I'm surprised, like, personally, is Gold Roger, like, really solid for this deck? I would have thought that running more Nika Luffy is the better play, but I truthfully don't know.
I think it's interesting, right? Because, like, if you use Roger Well, Roger, you get to keep all those characters on the field and still stay at 10 Dawn. Whereas with Nika, you lose everybody and then you got to climb right back up. But you get another turn. So it's like,
Yeah.
I guess it depends on what you want.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's interesting. It's interesting. I like taking a look at that and kind of being like, huh, okay.
What's the count of Shanks in that list?
Shanks was at 3.
Okay, 3 Shanks.
3 Shanks. Yeah, Shanks got first tonight, cardboard. And man, look at I love these are like really wholesome messages. It was cool meeting everyone in the community today. Great vibes and conversations with every opponent. I love that, Zamboni. I love to hear that. Weezo said, yeah, for real, every match was super friendly and fun. Not even mad I lost 5 times. Hey, you did say you were gonna go you did say you were gonna go 06, but you didn't. You did.
Yeah, you went 1-5.
Hey. You know? That's a dub. That's a dub right there. That's dope though, man. I'm so happy everybody had a great time. I'm happy everybody enjoyed it. And maybe if you didn't enjoy it, let me know. Let me know. What'd you hate? What'd you hate about it? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, before I do a little sign off, I gotta talk to my judges really fast. So give me just a moment.
You're gonna sign off in the middle of a hype train?
Oh dang, we did just get a hype train. That's
What
crazy.
the heck?
No, hold up.
Scamming
Hold up.
everybody.
By a sign off, we still got like a lot of stuff. We got some stuff to do. All right, I got some things to show off and talk about. But yeah, let me hop in with the judges really fast. I'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Wink. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. I just wanted to say a big thank you to my judges. They were incredible. They helped make this all possible as well and run it so smoothly. If you guys think I ran it smoothly, I just gave them things to post and they were actually doing all the stuff in the background. Like, they were really handling all the work. So I was trying to make the stuff that right here look all pretty, but they really made the event run smoothly. And honestly, like, this time frame was incredible. I mean, we're done in like 4.5 hours for a 6-round tournament. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. I think.
Yeah, you got done an hour earlier than listed on the website.
Yeah, I legit thought we were going till 11:30. I'm not gonna lie. I thought for sure, no way. But super solid, dude. Yeah. Yeah. My wife is so happy about that, by the way. Me too. I thought it was gonna go way later. I won't lie to you guys. I won't lie. Yeah. Got top 16. All I can ask for is to improve, and I am top 8 next time. Damn straight. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, by the way, speaking of next time, I'm going to let everyone in the stream know right now that next week's tournament is going to be posted, all right, in 20 minutes in Discord, okay? So you guys will all have first dibs. Everybody here will have first dibs to get in. It will be posted in 20 minutes, okay? There is going to be, it's going to be posted through Iris, so !Iris, if you want to make an account preemptively so that you don't have to when the link goes up. But I'm going to be posting it an hour early, yes, in tournament announcements on Iris. So that way, anybody that wants to get in, you know, nice and early can do so. So I'll just go ahead and type !Iris. Oh, did it not? There we go. All right, now it posted to YouTube. Okay. Yep. What's the breakdown for prizing? The breakdown is in the event details. So top 16 players are going to get some form of prizing for today's event. Speaking of which, is Lord Richards still here? The GOAT? Lord Richards got 8th place with pudding today. 8th place. 8th place gets you 6 packs, brother. What are we doing with those packs? So let's see. Hold up. Let me just make sure it's 6 packs. I think it is. Yes, 6 packs and a participation pack. Is he still here? Lord Richards, the GOAT?
Might have went back to the kitchen for the pudding.
Oh, there we are. All right, so we're giving them away. We're giving them away. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen. W's in the chat for the benevolence of our Lord and Savior, Lord Richards. He's given 6 packs to the community right now. We're going to do a giveaway. If you're watching on the YouTube side, sadly, you can only get into the giveaway if you're watching on Twitch. Okay, so join the Twitch stream, and all you have to do is just type the keyword. So I just posted that in the chat. Let's do a keyword giveaway. All right, well, let's do this. We're gonna do !Dapper. Boom. !Dapper is gonna get you entered into... Oh wait, fuck. Actually, you know what? It kind of works out. It just means that it's gonna spam the link. You know what? It's kind of perfect now that I think about it, because it'll
trying to get those clicks.
Yeah, it'll show the Shopify link. I didn't even consider that before. That's good publicity right there. Yes.
Definitely not an accident.
That was so not intentional, but it worked. Oh, it's great. That's great. Oh, shit. All right. Oh, that's funny as hell. All right, !Dapper. Whoever gets it is getting the 6 packs from Lord Richards. Where are my sticky notes at, bro? Oh my goodness. Am I gonna have to rip open a new thing of sticky notes? Can I tell you something funny? So I thought I bought a thing of 200 sticky notes on Amazon. It was 2,000.
2,000?
2,000 sticky
Send me some sticky notes.
Yeah, I've got enough sticky notes to last me a lifetime. Not 2,000 of these, by the way, just 2,000 pages. But
that's still a lot.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that's 100 of those, right? Probably.
No, I think it was like, I want to say it was something like 20 of them, or
Still, that's a
Yeah.
good amount.
Something like that. It was like 20 or maybe even 40. I can't remember, truth be told. But
You got to do a subathon where every sub you get a sticky note and type the subscription on your head. Stick it on you.
oh my god, it's a terrible idea, but I love it.
24-hour subathon. Let's go.
All right, one more minute, ladies and gentlemen. Exclamation mark Dapper if you want to get in. Let's do a little final giveaway for the 6-packs. We got 31 people entered so far. Yeah. Yeah, I like Jake's idea. Yeah. Yo, congrats, Jubby. You got top 4, dude. Which means you get one of those beautiful Dawn cards. It might not have the winner stamp on it, but you already got a winner stamp from the last one. Oh yeah, let me make sure he sent me 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Those Dawn are tough. I know. They look so good, dude. They look so good. I love it, bro. Absolutely love it. Yeah. So, let's go ahead and choose a winner, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to pop up in the chat. Just it is what it is. Whoever wins. Let's see. Savage Hobo. Savage Hobo with the 6-pack dub. GG's. He said, hey, yo. Yes, sir. Savage Hobo, I need you to do me a solid, okay? You have to... 1, if you're not in the Discord, you have to join it. 2, you have to DM me on Discord and tell me it's you, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, my man right here, Atrocious TCG, the GOAT, for coming out today, being a part of this, and kind of doing it on sort of short notice. Just like, hey, dude, you want to randomly do this? And you're like, wait.
Still technically clocked into work, I think.
Yeah, still right now?
Well, so my job is like 24/7
Oh, wow. Okay.
in a sense because it's content related.
Yeah.
So you know how it is. Anytime
yeah.
you need to make content, you just make content. Doesn't matter the time of the day.
That's for sure, dude. I've made stuff at 3 o'clock in the morning before. Seeing some Japanese announcements about bands, and I'm like, 3 o'clock in the morning. I had probably like 7 glasses of bourbon, and I'm sitting there like, I need to record a video. And so I like put my straightest face on and tried to record, and yeah, dude. You know, you just sometimes you
That's
just
how it goes.
That's how it goes.
I can't stay up late for the Japan announcements though. It's so
I know, it's so
unfortunate.
late, yeah.
I can't do it because I wake up early for work.
Yeah. It's absurd. But let's see. All right, I don't see a DM yet from Hobo. Hobo, are you working on DMing me, my friend? I see Savage Hobo has joined the Discord, so just shoot me a little message. Just need to make sure that I've got you. You can just DM me. My name should be in the top right of the Discord. Just says TheLuffyTV. Yeah, you just joined. Yeah. Just click on my name, hit message, send me a little thing. But that's you that joined. Dope. Actually, here, I'll just send you a message. How about that? Is that you that I just messaged? That I just DM'd? Yep. All right, cool. Got you. All right. Just DM me whatever address you want me to ship those 6-packs to. They're going to be coming out to you. Lord Richards, though. Oh, wait. No, this isn't the 128 player. Yeah, this is just for top 4 today. Damn. 128, though. Top 8 will get those. Damn. All right. Thanks, Luffy, for these tournaments, and to those who sponsor. Absolutely, Lord Richards. Again, ! Dapper to check out our sponsor. He's going to have... Guys, Richards is literally... Like, we're going to have the craziest fucking event in, like, 2 weeks. We're going to have a manga kid right here. Manga kid and 5 boxes of OP08. Yeah. So there's going to be a manga as well as 5 boxes worth of prizing up for grabs in that event. It's going to be absurd. Absurd. 128 players. Atrocious is going to be like, thank God I'm not part of that event.
But no, I want to be part of the event. I got a baseball game, though. I'm going to be sitting watching pitches and strikes.
Yeah. I mean, hey, we take those. We take those.
I guess. I'll let somebody else win it. I won't destroy your tournament with Nami.
That's fair. That's fair. Well, guys, I mean, I couldn't have asked for a better night. Thank you guys for making it a special one. I hope everybody enjoyed everything. Yeah. Like I said, though, the next tournament sign up is going to be going live in the Discord under tournament announcements in 10 minutes. Check it out on Iris. You'll have to go to the Iris to then go to the page, because Iris is where we're trying to make a hub for all One Piece content and related posts, guides, all that good stuff. So obviously it's starting with One Piece as a category, but it's branching out into other things in the future. So we'll see you. I love you. Shout out to Atrocious. Shout out to Dapper.
Shout out Luffy TV.
Hey, you know, I do what I can. I do what I can. I'll see y'all soon. Hope everybody has a phenomenal night. Peace.